Hey, Casey. So it's gonna be Miss Blunt going to Port South. So when she gets up there,
Okay, thank you.
you're welcome.
All right, good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is ACDC.
Yeah.
I have two males here that I like to do first, and so I can go get the females.
Okay. All right. Who do you have? We'll start our state all-purpose calendar for Thursday, November 16th. I'm Judge Regina Mincy, and we will begin by going down. We have a somewhat large calendar today, so we'll get started. Who are the two defendants that you have there at ACDC?
Before you, I have add-on, Mr. Ogletree, John Ogletree, and then the next one is Mr. Charles Rucker.
Hey, Mr. Ogletree.
Rucker's Maureen.
Is that still going to be a plea?
Your Honor, Mr. Ogletree was added to the calendar. We did not have an opportunity to speak with them, so we would need a moment to speak with them.
Okay, they can call, I will call courtroom 2 right now.
Okay, thank you.
No, to call it 22392. Here's Ogletree's offer 12 months probation. And that's good. Okay, good, yeah. So you know. No, we don't break that, we don't. Might as well go to what it was.
Yeah.
Program 2.
Okay. Mr. Olive, who's on Mr. Olive? Positions 12 and 13, Mr. Olive.
I need to speak to him.
Mr. Ogletree.
Yeah.
Your regular lawyer puts you on the calendar to resolve your case. If you-
Francois,
your case
Yeah,
with the
is Mr.
probation, must get the evaluation to see if you are an alcoholic or drug addict.
Hold on a second, I'm sorry.
Alcohol or drugs evaluation.
I didn't realize he was there.
Mr. Moran. Do
Yes,
you
Your
have no, this is the Ms. Strong. If you don't mind, can you put your client's case number in the chat, please?
Yes, no problem. Happy to do
Thank
it.
you.
All right. What are we doing next?
Judge, good morning, Judge.
Good
Mincy.
morning.
We're actually waiting, Mr. McLean is on the phone with his client, and then we don't have anybody else available.
Okay,
Courtroom too.
all right, thank you.
I'm going to do it right now. And then Ms. Adams still has to talk to her clients that's currently in here now.
Okay,
I apologize, Francois.
Yes.
Mr.
Oh,
This particular defendant is on the probation calendar, Mr. Pollum. His attorney is on and would like to speak with him when you all get a moment. So
let me see who that is.
he's position 3 and 4 on the probation revocation calendar.
Okay, I'm checking now.
You can go.
Where he's at.
Yeah, about $35 or $40 a week. He's on 5 South.
So Mr. Ridley, he's on 5 South. So that would be the rovering officers. So once they get to that floor,
You don't know what you're thinking about, do you?
it's gonna be Ms. Blunt and Officer Goldie.
Well, then.
Thank you.
But them putting you as an ad on our calendar without knowing about the case is absurd.
Mr. Williams, can you please keep your phone on mute until it's time for you, until they call the person? Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Up until Tuesday.
good morning.
Yes, I just want to ask if the state would send me a copy of any offers that they have today so I can have a chance to communicate those to my clients.
Yes, I asked for the email address because Mr. Rucker has 7 cases, and so it's easier to send it in the document.
I understand.
The judge is going to ask you, you told your lawyer.
You need my email address? Absolutely, I'll send it to you.
Yes, thanks, please.
You have to answer yes.
Hey, Ms. McLeod, good morning.
Yes.
Answer yes to both of those
Ask for a
questions.
Spanish interpreter for position 6 add-on, Mr. Orlina.
I don't think that's my client.
Ask you if you're drunk or stoned or.
Mr. Charles Rucker.
Charles Rooker is my client, yes.
Ms. McLeod, I just sent over all the recommendations on Rucker, as well as, I think earlier today, I sent you the recommendations for the add-on.
Yes, I saw those, but I didn't see Mr. Rooker. Thank you.
Not a problem.
Mr. Moran.
Yes, Your Honor.
No, it's Officer Francois. For your client, Mr. Orlina, he's gonna need a Spanish interpreter. Did you request that?
My client is not Mr. Orlean. My client's Mr. Pullum.
Oh, I was just told that he. Which
If
one?
you're on probation somewhere else. we can-
Okay,
Daniel Pullum.
I'm getting different.
Well,
Court, I just had a question. Is Ms. Champion the person to send the paperwork to today?
It's
No,
Ms. Grace.
Melissa Grace.
Grace, thank you so much.
Hey, Casey. No, I'm talking about you have to stay away from her and you have to stay away from Patsy. You're not listening. Casey Strong, two stay away. There are two knockout guys. One is with the person, one is the place. One is with a named person who's got a name. One is to stay away from address.
Somebody calling me?
Hey, Miss Casey, yeah, Officer Norris is trying to call
I'm
you.
sorry, I didn't hear y'all. I apologize.
It's okay.
Okay.
Okay, Casey, call 2391. Extension 22391.
Okay.
Hey, Ms. Blunt, no one's ready.
No.
None of the attorneys are ready to do their clients.
Has anybody been able to find Mr. Folks yet?
He's on 4 South. You have to wait till the officer gets to that floor.
Okay,
What about
thank you.
Ms. Hagwood? She's going to be taking a plea this morning.
Ms. McLeod, I will bring her as soon as I finish with the two males.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can y'all hear? Can y'all hear?
We can hear you.
Okay.
Hey, I have Mr. Patterson client, position 2 through number 4.
Good morning, Judge. How are you?
Good morning. How are you?
Just fine. Good to see you.
You too.
And this will be a negotiated plea on all 3 cases consolidated.
Okay. Good, because that's a lot of
And
a lot of cases there.
and last but not least, Your Honor, in the interest of time, we're going to stipulate to a factual basis for all 3.
Right.
Venue and ID as well?
That is correct.
All right. And Mr. Folks?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, making sure I have you. I'm going to at least sound and call the 3 cases, 19 CR 5796G, and 22 CR 129G, and 22 CR 5846G. Those are the cases, correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right, and Mr. Folks, let the state go, and then I will swear you in and start your plea. All right?
Okay, yes, ma'am.
All right, go ahead, state.
Your Honor, the negotiated plea as it relates to the case ending in 5796G is that the defendant will serve 12 months, get credit for the 15 days that he's already served in custody, that it's taken as a part of a global plea. Your Honor, the negotiation as it relates to the case ending in 0129G, looks like for count 1, battery family violence, he is going to serve 12 months to run consecutive with the case previously announced, 05846G, get credit for the 17 days that he served in custody. As it relates to the cruelty to children count 2, he's to serve 12 months on probation to be consecutive with count 1 to complete a family violence intervention program and have no further contact with the named victim. The named victim in this case, or the named victims, would be Kamisha Ragland, spelled CAMESHARAGLAND. The 2 other victims are minor victims, initial L and LR and RR. As it relates to the second count of cruelty to children, he is to serve 12 months probation consecutive to count 2. Again, must be taken as part of the global plea. And on the last case, Your Honor, the accused is that case being 05846G. Looks like 1 count of simple battery. The accused is to serve 12 months credit for the 18 days that he's already served consecutive to the case ending in 05796G. The total of everything for the 3 cases is he is to serve he is supposed to have 60 months on probation to serve 36 months balance on probation, the completion of a family violence intervention program, and to have no further contact with Kamisha Ragland. And if at this time we can sound for the victim in accordance with Marcy's law, that'd be greatly appreciated.
All right. Are any of the victims on the line in the Folks case? Doesn't sound like they are.
And I just want to correct an error. I said in the second case that it was consecutive to the third case, but it's actually consecutive to the first case, but they're all consecutive. So in totality,
Consecutive.
36 months to serve, 60 months of probation with 36 months to serve.
Excuse me, Mr. Thomas, did y'all add the cruelty to children to the case ending in 129 because we're only showing battery?
To the case ending in.
That's the third case?
Yes.
That's the third
Yes.
case.
So it
We
was.
only have
On the calendar. On the
battery.
calendar, it has the two
Fourth
cruelty.
case is simple battery, and the position number 2 is simple battery against a pregnant person or elderly
Yes, it was
person.
originally filed down for whatever reason. The system only reflects on our end that one charge, but then I sent a follow-up email to, I believe, Mr. Jordan and one other person yesterday. Let me double check. But yeah, they're in the system, but let's see. It looks like Mr. Newton, Mr. Jordan and Mr. Newton. I sent the follow-up email to.
Mr. Jordan is checking now. Hold on, please.
Okay.
And so it would have been sent at 11:01 a.m.
And yet I'm a little confused on the recommendation because that's not the email that I got from Mr. Dudley. The email that I have from Mr. Dudley, was 12 months probation on all charges, not consecutive, but there's nothing in my email that says consecutive. My client was informed that it's concurrent. There's nothing in my email that says consecutive, so we were not anticipating that. It should be 12 months concurrent.
State, I see that listed on the calendar, Mr. Patterson, but let's clear that up. There's a difference there, consecutive or concurrent.
Mr. Prosecutor, it should
It's a
be
major difference, but
concurrent.
that's our understanding as well. The consecutive is our understanding.
Yeah, but my email with Mr. Dudley says nothing about consecutive.
Mr. Dudley is.
Well, actually, let me jump in if I may. Okay. When did you speak with Mr. Dudley? Because we are looking, the last attorney on this case was Frank Gaither. On September 30th of 2023, he filed a leave of absence. Our last communication was with Frank Gaither, who is the all of these cases.
I am looking at it.
Advisor.
I'm looking at an email for this past Tuesday from Evan Dudley, and it says 12 months probation, 10 hours community service, and no further contact with the victim.
Right, but Mr. Patterson, I'm not even seeing your entry on this case. Am I?
Yes, I've got it. It's already been stamped in. It was stamped in. Let me get it right here.
Okay. Okay, I do see you entered an appearance on the 8th of November. So can you send me that email? Because our last communication, as I said, was with Mr. Frank Gaither on October 31st of 2023.
Yes, and when I spoke to Mr. Dudley, he indicated that we talked about all 3 cases, and this is the recommendation he gave me.
Mr. Patterson, I completely understand, but it would help to see the email. So
sure.
Instead of just going back and forth, if you could just send me the email, I'll put my email address in the chat. You can send it over to me and I can take a look at it.
That'll be fine.
Thank you.
And I just sent the email.
I appreciate that. Your Honor, if we can be on hold on this case until I can get to the bottom of this, that would be very helpful, because I'm going to need to make some phone calls and figure out what's going on and why there's a discrepancy.
I understand. Thank you. We'll hold for a second. I don't know if we'll be able to take another case. I'm not sure how long it will take Deputy Falk to look at those. We'll give her a few minutes. If not, if we're able to take another case I'd like to do that to keep us moving with this large calendar.
And Yon, is there any way to get into a breakout room with Mr. Folks?
With Deputy Falk? Oh, you mean with your client?
Yes.
Oh, Ms. Grace, are you able to put Attorney Patterson and
Where is Mr. Folks?
it says jail court's iPhone? Raise your hand.
Are y'all available? Are y'all available to be able to be put in a breakout room?
Good question.
I was asking the deputy.
Mm-hmm. I don't know.
Hey, Ms. Blunt, on jail court's iPhone, or is that Gothi?
It's Blunt.
They want to be placed on a breakout with Mr. Patterson.
Okay.
Ms. Strong, it's gonna be Ms. Jail Court's iPhone with Mr. Patterson.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And then meanwhile, Judge, we have positions 12 and 13, Mr. Olive in courtroom 2.
Okay. All right, Mr. Olive.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is gonna be a not guilty bond request. I believe he already entered a plea of not guilty, if I'm not mistaken. But the bond request is, it would appear, and the state can correct me if I'm wrong, he had an SOB on the charge itself. But he has a bond on the FTA. And so we were gonna request a signature bond on the FTA because Mr. Olive has actually been incarcerated in Gwinnett County since April 15th of 2022. Prior to that, he was reporting to pretrial every month. He didn't miss an appointment. But once he was arrested, he even appeared before pretrial on the day he was arrested. Once after he was arrested, he obviously couldn't come to court. So him not coming to court wasn't due to him absconding. It was simply because he was unable to. And as a result, Your Honor, we're asking, I'm sure the state probably will not remove the FTA, but we are asking for at least a signature bond on that because it was not his intent to miss court.
Let me call the two cases first, 21 CR 006043Y and the 23 FTA 001012 for Mr. Emmanuel Olive. State, Mr. Pierre Thomas.
Your Honor, I'm not sure what the state's what the court's practices is in this matter, but I know Judge Murrow, I just wanted to point out that the FTA was signed by Judge Edie, and Judge Murrow typically sends the FTA or any sort of bond matters back to that judge. Is that the court's preference today, or would you like me to go into the facts and everything?
No, that is generally we will send it back to the division judge for any disposition on an FTA that they signed.
Okay.
That is correct. If I had signed it or one of the JOs, then that would be different.
Yes, Your Honor. Okay, well then in that case, Your Honor, he would like to change his plea to a negotiated plea.
All right, with the simple battery.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, he's gonna accept the plea.
Yes, ma'am, I accept the plea.
All right, state.
All right, Your Honor. The recommendation from the state as it relates to the sentence is that the defendant is to serve 12 months on probation, to serve 45 days in custody, credit for the 16 days that he's already served, for the balance to be probated, for him to complete 12 weeks of anger management, to complete 40 hours of community service, to have no further contact with Kayla, Kayela, looks like Nicole, Nichole, Robinson-Smith, traditional spelling, Robinson, -Smith, Smith, and to stay away from looks like Lindbergh Martyr Station. That location is 2420 Piedmont Road in Atlanta. And if at this time, Your Honor, we could sound for Miss Robinson-Smith in accordance with Marcy's law, that'd be greatly appreciated.
All right. Is Miss
And-
Robinson-Smith on the line? On the Zoom, Miss Robinson-Smith.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, Ms. Robinson-Smith, you have heard the plea terms and conditions that the state has given. Do you have anything that you would like to say today?
Yes, I've heard them, and I believe that the no contact order would do more harm than good. We do have a child together, and I am taking care of her by myself.
I don't know that the state has spoken to her regarding the no further contact. It would be while he's on probation and until he completes the conditions, Ms. Olive, that's what we generally do, just to make sure that with the 12-week anger management and the 40 hours of community service, once those are complete, I will allow him to go non-reporting possibly, but we still want to make sure that you and your child are safe. So that's generally part of the plea deal, that there's no further contact. Do you all live together?
Say that again.
Do you live together? Live with Mr. Olive?
Not currently, no.
Well, he's going to be on probation and he will have certain conditions that he needs to complete and perform while on probation. And so normally there's no further contact while he's completing those conditions.
So I would not be able to talk to him for 12 months.
Well, depending on how long it takes him to complete the 12 weeks of anger management and the 40 hours of community service, you would have to use a third party if you all do or don't have a child together.
We do.
How old is that child?
She is 1.
Okay. So you would have to have a third party, a relative or family friend or sibling or someone to facilitate any visitation between him and that child. And generally, like I say, I'm inclined to enter no further contact while he's on probation.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Anything else from the state?
Nothing
No,
further
ma'am.
to add at this time, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Robinson Smith. Anything from the PD?
Nothing,
PD's office?
nothing further, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I do want to add something. I neglected to mention that as a result of this guilty plea, we will be no crossing the FTA.
No crossing the what now?
The failure to appear, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Mr. Olive, raise your right hand for me. Do you affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury?
Yes, ma'am, I tell the truth, I will.
All right. I'm going to ask you a series of questions to make sure you understand that what you're pleading to, and that the plea is free and voluntary. The first question I have for you is, are you presently under the influence of any unprescribed medication, drugs, or alcohol that would impair your understanding of this plea?
I'm not under any influence of any drugs.
Just a yes or no.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney?
I am.
And do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up and waiving the right to the presumption of innocence?
I understand.
And that you're giving up or waiving the right to remain silent and not testify against yourself?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And that you're giving up and waiving the right to trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer?
Yes, ma'am.
And you are prepared and agree to waive these rights today, is that correct?
I am prepared and I agree.
Okay. And has anyone told you that you will receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
And do you understand that if you are currently on probation, that may be affected or revoked by this guilty plea today?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Remember that with the probation, and if you are on probation, then it's going to affect you.
I'm on bond.
Right, but she's asking for probation.
Oh, no, I'm on probation.
Right. Please.
Oh, yeah, I understand.
Okay. And I think you were answering me that you're not on probation, so nothing would be affected. Okay. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with the full understanding of the charges against you?
I accept the plea deal.
Okay. And I will accept that. And you understand your conditions. And the victim was on the Zoom call, and you're to have no further contact with her while you're on probation. You understand that?
I would like to ask you a question.
Maybe. Go ahead.
So once the probation is over, will I able to be around her?
Once the probation is over, what was that again?
Will I able to be around her?
Once the probation is over, yes, because the case will be completed at that time, or probation will be completed. So remember now, you have to take the 12 weeks of anger management and the 40 hours of community service. And you will have to stay away from that Lindbergh MARTA station.
I understand. Yes, ma'am.
But if in relation to visitation with your child, you will have to do that by third parties or other people, family, friends, or relatives. They will have to be the one to facilitate that visitation.
We can work that out.
Okay. And that will be good, because I don't want you to not follow the conditions of your probation. I will say, once you have completed those conditions, you can go non-reporting. And I will do that for you.
When I complete the conditions, how will I know I'll be non-reporting?
Well, the probation department will be talking to you and explaining how you need to report where, and all of the requirements for probation department. I think they have to report within 24 hours of release. Is that generally how that goes?
Normally a week.
I'm sorry?
I believe it's normally within a week.
1 week? Okay. And so your attorney will give you that information, but you have to report to probation within a week, because if you don't report, you can be picked back up again.
I will report.
Okay. And your attorney will give you that information. I will accept your plea. And I believe that is it. Anything else, counsel?
Your Honor, if we can just get a stipulation to venue, factual basis, and ID, that'd be greatly appreciated.
Thank you. I apologize.
Stipulated.
All right, so stipulated. All right, thank you. All right, anything else with this case? I think we're finished, Mr. Olive.
Yes,
Good luck
ma'am.
to you.
Likewise. Have a good day.
All right, you too.
Your Honor, is it possible we can do the two AC/DC gentlemen now?
I think so, yes.
Mr. Rucker is sitting in front of the computer.
Okay. I don't believe Ms. McLeod is on anymore. She said she had to handle a matter with Judge Dixon.
All right, then we can do Mr. Ogletree.
Okay, Rutgers on the regular calendar. Let's see. I know Ogletree was on the add-on. Before she was trying to talk over.
Mr. Rucker, have a seat in the back. Mr. Ogletree, please come forward.
Fall down.
No, I'm not allowed. Yeah, no.
You did one, right?
All right, this is 19 CR 004857 John Henry Rucker. I'm sorry, John Henry Ogletree. And he has one count of battery family violence. And I understand this is a plea. All right, state.
Yes, Your Honor, the state's recommendation is 12 months probation, ADET, FVIP, no further contact with Levita Amor. Stay away from 1295 Donnelly Avenue Southwest, apartment E3 in Atlanta. The state would ask the defense to stipulate to the factual basis, venue, and identification for the purposes of the plea.
We do so stipulate. Would you restate the last name of the person to have no contact with?
It's either Armor or Armor, which is ARMOUR.
Okay, thank you.
And we would like to sound for Miss Levita Armor or Armor.
All right, Miss Levita Armor. Levita Armor or Amor. All right, don't think she's on the Zoom.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Ogletree, I understand that you wish to plead guilty. Is that correct?
Did he hear her?
I don't know if he can hear. Mr. Ogletree, I understand that you wish to plead guilty. Is that correct?
Wait, hold on. I don't think he can hear her.
Hello, can you hear me?
He's on mute.
Yes.
There we go. He was on mute. Now he's thumbs up saying he can hear you, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Ogletree, raise your right hand for me so that I can swear you in. Do you affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury?
Yes.
All right, put your hand down for me. I'm going to ask you a series of questions to make sure that you understand what your plea is and that it is free and voluntarily. The first question is, are you under the influence of any unprescribed medication, drugs, or alcohol at this time that it would impair your understanding?
No.
All right. Are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney?
Yes.
And do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up and waiving the right to the presumption of innocence?
Yes.
And that you're giving up and waiving the right to remain silent and not testify against yourself?
Yes.
And that you're giving up the right to a trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer?
Yes.
And are you prepared to agree to waive these rights today?
Yes.
Has anyone told you that you'll receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty?
No.
Has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty?
No.
And do you understand that if you're currently on probation, your probation may be revoked or terminated because of this guilty plea today?
Yes.
And do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with the full understanding of the charge against you?
Yes.
All right, I will accept your plea. And you understand you have quite a few conditions here. And so that's, you've got to take the ADET evaluation. You've got to do a family violence intervention program and no further contact with the victim in this case, and to stay away from the incident location. Clear on all of that?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I will accept your plea. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right.
Positions 26 through 28, Spigner.
Now,
I thought there was one more ACDC, no?
That's Ms. McLeod client, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. All right, this is Spigner. Petravius. I have case number 22 CR 00339 23 CR 00680J, and 23 FTA 0010113. Those are the three cases that I have for Mr. Spigner. State.
And Your Honor, my apologies, I'm multitasking just a little bit. Is
Okay.
this, let me see the announcement on this, Mr. Spigner. Is this going to be a plea? It said hold for announcement in my notes.
That is correct. I did tell him that there was an offer on the two cases that were on the calendar. I also told him there was a third case in which the state was requesting a reset for 1 week to further discuss or to get that. So if the state is okay with going forward on the first two cases, he is.
Okay, this state was preferring a global announcement, which is why we asked that it reset 1 week so that we
Correct.
get all of the cases on the calendar at the same time. I don't want to piecemeal this.
Right.
I will say he's in jail for 90 days based on the state's recommendation. So we would just need to reset it. We can go forward on the other cases and then reset 1 week for the third.
I think flexibility is in the air. So Mr. Spigner, are you okay with the 1 week reset that I described to you yesterday? Yes, sir. He is fine with that. So let's do it that way.
Okay. So Your Honor, that would be the state's preference, just so we can knock all the cases out at the same time. And as I said, since we are recommending a recommendation that requires more jail time, it would not affect his ability to be released today.
All right. What's that reset date, Ms. Grace or Ms. Strong?
1 week. No, it's not.
The earliest one I think is the 28th.
You're not a lawyer.
Which is a little over a week because of the Thanksgiving holiday.
Right. Is that correct, Ms. Grace? Ms. Grace?
Yes, ma'am. That
Okay.
is correct.
So we'll reset him for 11/28 on all three cases.
Okay, and that will be for all three.
Right, and you see on the calendar, position 27 has the other case that needs to be added. The 23 CR 00688
Yes, ma'am, we'll have it added. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Can we go next and have annex?
I believe so. Is that it, Mr. McLean?
Who is it, South Annex?
We have James Mitchell and Starling Ridley.
Okay, I believe those are Miss Adams. I have several that are ready if they're on Zoom. We don't have that many people in the courtroom itself. Right.
Your Honor, if I could, sorry, I hate to interrupt. If I can make a request, let me see if I can get the a recommendation together on Spigner. So if we could just hold him in the courtroom, let me see if I can get a recommendation together really quickly on that last case so we can just resolve it today.
Okay.
That would be the state's inclination, but if you can give me about 5 minutes. I've already communicated with Mr. Patterson on his case. So I just need 5 minutes so I can work up a recommendation on this case and send it over.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, Miss Maureen McLeod is on the Zoom.
Okay, I see.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. And which case was hers? I'll look back, but
I have Mr. Rocco. Charles Rocco, he has 7 cases, Your Honor, and I believe he is on now.
all right. And is this your case, Mr. Pierre Thomas?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay, let me call the cases. Mr. Charles Rucker, 23 CR 003016A and 017A, 018A, 019A, 02A, 021A, 022A, and that's it. State,
What is the announcement from the defense? Is it a plea?
Well, it's likely to be a plea. I was able to speak with my client earlier this morning, but I did not have the actual offers.
I thought Miss Falk made a representation that she sent it over.
Yes, I have them now, but I just
Okay.
haven't communicated them with him now. So I would like you to state them on the record, then
Okay.
I can find out whether or
Okay.
not he wishes to accept the state's offer.
Absolutely. I think I'll do them in succession. So it looks like for the first criminal trespass ending in 016A, that the offer is 12 months probation to serve 30 days, balance suspended, a stay away from the Circle K located at 3601 Flat Shoals Road in Union City. Looks like on position 18, ending in 017A, criminal trespass, it is a 12 months suspended. 12 months probation to serve 30 days, balance suspended, a stay away from the BP gas station at 4350 State Route 138 in Union City. Looks like on position number 19, ending in 018A, criminal trespass, 12 months probation to serve 30 days, balance suspended, stay away from the Infinity of Union City at 4201 SR State Route 138 Union City. As it relates to the loitering and prowling case on position number 20, ending in 019A, the state's offer on that is a null pros. As it relates to position 21, criminal trespass, ending in 020A, the state's offer is 12 months probation to serve 30 days, balance suspended, a stay away from park at Netherly, Netherly at 6770 Buffington Road in Union City. As it relates to position 22, which is the case involving disorderly conduct and willful obstruction of a law enforcement officer, ending in 021A, on count 1, 12 months probation to serve 30 days, balance suspended, stay away from the Days Inn located at 6743 Shannon Parkway, Union City. And on count 2, 12 months probation to be served concurrent with count 1 with the balance suspended. And as it relates to the last and final case of the series, it's a criminal trespass and loitering and prowling, the ending in 022A, count 1, 12 months probation to serve 30 days, balance suspended, a stay away from the park at Netherly, Parks at Netherly at 6770 Buffington Road, Union City, and count 2, 12 months probation to be served concurrent with count 1, balance suspended. And given the nature of these charges, all of these cases would be served concurrently.
Okay, I think I'm not sure I understand fully, because you keep referring to probation and he's been in jail for 5 months. Do you want him to come out and be on probation? That's what I was unsure of, because I don't think that would make any sense under these circumstances, since he's already spent all this time in jail.
I'm inclined to understand what your argument is. However, all of the cases we insinuated that the balance would be suspended on probation.
Oh, okay. So it's essentially a time served plea. I just wanted to make sure that was what it was. Yeah, and just based on my discussion with my client, he's inclined to accept that.
Yes.
okay.
Mr. Rocco? Mr. Rocco, did you hear the state's recommendation for all of your cases? The essence of the state's offer is time served, but it has some conditions. You are to stay away from these various locations and not have any contact with any of the people that you previously had contact with before. I can't hear you. I think he's talking, but he's on mute.
Ms. Milton, unmute the camera, Ms. Milton.
And just to be clear, I did not announce that he has served any time in custody. He has not served any time in custody for these 30 days. And so the 30 days would start today.
Well, he was in custody. He has been in custody for some time.
He, according to the forms, he was never arrested on these charges.
Nevertheless, he's been sitting in jail. So we're talking about a technicality. He's been in jail since July. That's my understanding.
Your Honor, if I may, sorry, I have to interject. He has been in jail since July. That is correct. He's been in jail on other charges, including possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, a failure to appear for a different case than the one that we are here on, than all of the ones we are here on, a foreign county hold, a theft by shoplifting, and a criminal trespass charge. He actually, on none of the criminal trespass cases that are on our calendar, he was given a copy of charges by the officer from municipal court. He never actually came to our jail on those charges, nor has he been incarcerated for any amount of that time on our charges. So this would close out his charges, but I can't legally, we cannot give him credit for time served for cases he wasn't serving time on. I legally can't do that.
He's been sitting in jail all this time.
Right. The jail is not going to give him credit for cases that he is not in jail on. That's not something that I'm making up. The jail is not going to give him the credit for the cases that he's in jail on that have nothing to do with this case. Okay. I'm just making that clear for the court, for the record. I can't change that. So we can't put something into a plea that is patently untrue, which is he's not serving jail time on these cases right now.
It's not patently untrue. He's been sitting in jail.
That is correct. He has been sitting in jail. But much like if he was sitting in jail on a murder case, we could not give him credit for time served on our case if he's not in jail on this case, which he is not.
Okay, let me ask you this.
The jail record. Yes, ma'am.
What are his holds now? You said he has a
failure to appear.
Yes.
He has a foreign county hold.
Yes.
A theft by shoplifting.
Yes.
A criminal trespass. And a possession of a firearm by a convicted felon.
Does he have a bond on that?
He has a bond on, let me just double check. He has a no bond on 3 of the charges. The failure to appear, no bond. The foreign county hold, no bond. The possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, no bond.
Okay. Is it possible for me to speak with him in a breakout room or something?
Ms. Grace?
Yes, ma'am. That's Ms. McLeod. In what courtroom, Ms. McLeod?
ACDC jail courts.
Okay.
All right, when you put them in breakout, Attorney Patterson, is there an announcement?
Yes, Judge, I apologize. I had to rush to that murder hearing, but I'm done.
Oh, you're back. Okay. Let's see if we have.
And Mr. Patterson, I did send you an email in response to the email that you sent me from Evan Dudley.
I got a job. This is 12 hours. You take as long as you need.
Your Honor, let me know when it's okay to speak, Your Honor.
You may proceed. Go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor, I just got an email from the prosecutor that we do not agree with. If we could just entertain bond, Your Honor, I think this is a case that's going to have to be resolved down the road because I was not aware that they were asking for that much county time. I was under the impression it was straight probation based upon Mr. Dudley. But because Mr. Dudley and I talked about all 3 cases, we didn't just talk about his case.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Patterson, please.
Yeah, because I went down to the office and to the solicitor's office and had a meeting with him in his actual lobby. And he said, I'm going to get you a recommendation for these 3 cases. And that's why I have an issue with it.
Okay.
And Your Honor, my response to that is the email that Mr. Patterson did send me only addresses one case. It doesn't address the remaining 2 cases, which I responded, the email you sent me, we will honor the one case that is on that email. But as far as the other cases are concerned, the state recommendation of jail time remains the same.
And Your Honor, when I spoke to him, obviously, if I'm speaking to Mr. Dudley about all 3 cases, I'm expecting a rec on all 3 cases. I had no idea he was only referring to one when we had an in-person conversation about all 3. So what I'd like to do, Your Honor, is simply address bond, and we can resolve it at another time.
Okay.
That is fine, Your Honor. And again, the state is actually unaware of why Mr. Dudley was involved in this conversation, being the case is in Orca, not in Judge Mather's courtroom. It was moved to Orca previous to Mr. Patterson's coming on to the case. So I understand that Mr. Patterson was not aware of that, but that case has been in Orca since Mr. Gaither was on this case.
Which was over a year ago. All right, we can start now with the bond hearing. The first case, the 19 CR 005796. That's the simple battery against a person who's 65 years or older or who was pregnant at the time of the offense.
And Your Honor, if it pleases the court, all of these are the same victim.
Oh, same victim. Okay. All
in
right.
all 3 cases.
In all 3. All right. And then go ahead.
I'm sorry, is my client's family on the Zoom? Can you all let us know you on the Zoom? Is my client's family on the Zoom?
Family of Mr. Fultz. Do we have anyone on for Mr. Fultz? Don't believe anyone is answering.
No. Not a problem, Your Honor.
No, he's went to another floor.
Yes, we're on here. Yes.
Yes, we are on here.
Oh, I see a Robert
his family.
Hendricks. Is that the Robert Hendricks?
Yes, and his grandmother.
And his
Deborah
grandmother,
Cole.
Deborah Colbert.
All right, I can't see the 2 of you. I can only see the
Oh.
seal.
Can you wait a minute?
Hey, can you see me now?
Yes.
And I'm his grandmother, Deborah Colbert. Can you see me, Judge?
Yes, I can. All right.
Okay.
And Ms. Colbert, you're the grandmother, is that correct?
Yes, I'm his mother's mother. His mother is deceased.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And where would your grandson be staying if the judge granted him a bond?
With me, his uncle.
And what address is that?
3678 Largo Lane, Atlanta, Georgia.
And tell the court
031.
Your name.
Robert Hendricks.
Okay.
And if the judge grant him a bond, do you think he will commit any crime while out on bond?
No.
And do you think he would intimidate the victims in this case?
No.
And would he have any reason to go around the victims and the children, kids in this case?
He can't see his children either?
That's correct, because he will be restricted.
Okay.
Would you have a problem with that?
No.
Okay. And if the judge grants him a bond, do you think he would show up to court?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, that's all we have as it relates to bond.
Okay.
Your
And
Honor.
State, go ahead. I was gonna say
Yes,
State.
Your Honor. My apologies, if I may. And again, this predated Mr. Patterson, so I do understand why there may be some confusion here. There was an order revoking the bond on all 3 of these cases dated November 3rd, 2023, and signed by Judge Law. She ordered on November 3rd, after a hearing where Ms. Kamisha Ragland was present, testified, and heard arguments from both sides, both the state and the defense. She revoked the bonds in all of his cases and remanded him to Fulton County custody to be held without bond until the adjudication of these matters. As is pretty clear, we are not adjudicating these matters at this time, and being that the standing order states that he shall be held with no bond until the adjudication of this matter, which was just done 13 days ago after a hearing, we are requesting that Your Honor continue to enforce that order from Judge Law, and that this case not proceed to a bond hearing until this matter can be a actual formal bond motion asking for a revisit of this order be done.
And Your Honor, in light of the circumstances of the confusion between the former prosecutor who I spoke with, who apparently had no authority in this case, now that we discovered that today, we just believe that it's only reasonable, Your Honor, that we were thinking that we had a straight probation case already set up. We would ask the court to at least grant a bond, even giving him the only time he could leave home is if he's going to work, and he's got to prove to a probation officer that he's actually going to work, and otherwise he should be restricted at home only to be able to come visit his lawyer or some medical purposes.
And Your Honor, we would ask at the very least this be reset before Judge Law, who is the judge who had a full and robust hearing on the order, the motion to revoke his bonds, determined that the bond should have been revoked for violation of those bonds. We would just ask that if anything, we have that hearing again before Judge Law to revisit this issue, since Mr. Patterson has now raised it without a motion.
So technically, he's raising a modification of that
Of that order.
Of
Yes.
that order. And we usually try to obviously, in the essence of time for today, try to send that back to the same judge that obviously is more familiar with the facts and the circumstances for revoking that bond. I'm not going to entertain today a oral motion to modify. I'm going to send it back to Judge Law. Ms. Grace, we're going to rely on you, looking at our schedule, to reset this before Judge Law for a bond modification hearing.
Okay.
And Your Honor, does she know, does the clerk know what date that will be at this time?
I think she can look and see.
I'm checking now. Just give me a moment.
Yeah, she's gonna pull the schedule.
Excuse me, Judge.
Yes.
I guess the Commissioner Ragland just texted my phone, want to know if she could join the Zoom, I guess. I don't know how.
To speak. No, because I'm not having a hearing today.
Oh, okay.
We're just resetting. So she can wait to hear that date and then come to the date that we set.
Okay.
It looks like, is it the 30th possibly?
30th of November.
Yeah, let's see what Miss Grace says.
This is strong. Yes, it will be the 30th of November.
Right, okay. So we will reset Mr. Folks's cases to November 30th with Judge Law.
And would that be room G33?
Let's see.
It's a possibility that it may be still virtual, Mr. Patterson.
I'm sorry, say that again.
It may be a possibility that it will be on Zoom on that day.
Okay, that would be fine.
Right now that you have an entry, you'll get notice. It's showing right now that it's virtual. Sometimes it changes, but I doubt it.
Okay.
It's showing it's virtual.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you.
And may we be
Your Honor,
excused.
Yeah.
And Your Honor, I just want to put on the record just formally that we are revoking our recommendations that are currently outstanding and are prepared to go forward to trial.
All right.
That would be fine. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Position 16, Mr. Price.
Excuse me, Your Honor, can we finish up with Mr. Rucker so I can go get the females?
Yes. Sorry.
Now she texting now tomorrow. She want to talk something.
I'm sorry, Deputy. Can we go back to Mr. Rucker? And so Mr. Rucker's case, is this going to be a time served plea?
Your Honor, he's going to take a plea.
Okay.
And I would like it to be, instead of probation, just 30 days to serve, which is what it seems to be what the state is saying.
Yeah, no, that substantially changes the plea because the balance suspended, it allows for the stay away from those locations. And so the state will steadfast to the 12 months probation balance suspended. in addition to the 30 days to serve.
So I don't understand. You want him to be on probation? How is he going to be on probation when he's locked up in Fulton County Jail?
I think that you're well aware that the balance is suspended, right? And so with the balance being suspended, the remaining portions of those 12 months, which would be the 11 additional months, would be balance suspended on probation.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
Okay, we're clear.
And excuse me, Judge, what's the time served? Is it 30 days?
He's to serve 30 days in custody. That's
on
correct.
all charges?
On
all of them.
Yes. But they are to be served concurrently.
Concurrently, so that's, yes.
30 days.
Serve 30 days,
overall.
time served 30 days.
And
Serve
again, I would
30
like
days.
to note that the jail is in the custom of giving them time and a half. So that would essentially likely be half.
15 days. Okay. Mhm.
So it's gonna be 30,
So-
15? Jesus.
No, the jail can take care of the time and a half, but with the record, we'd like 30 days to serve.
Right.
Credit for time served will be how much, Mr. Pierre Thomas? That's
He
what
was
I-
never booked in. That's the issue.
So it starts today.
Yeah, it starts
The
today.
time he's serving, it starts today.
So Judge
I'm
Mitchell,
okay with
I needed to read. Please read it out to me, Judge Mitchell, when you start.
I know, it's a little confusing. So what I have for the first case ending in 3016A for criminal trespass, it will be 12 months probation to serve 30 days, balance suspended. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct. All of the cases, all 7 cases, again, pointing out that it's 7 cases, all 7 cases are essentially the same. They really differ or dicker as it relates to the stayaways and if it is an additional charge, but the additional charge, if it's a count 2, is essentially concurrent to the count 1.
Okay. So basically the 12 months, serve 30 days, balance suspended on all 7.
And they're concurrent and not consecutive.
Yes, I understand, but our sentence sheets have to read after service of 30 days, credit for time served. How many days? 30?
0 days, apparently.
0
How
days,
many?
yes. He was
30.
never booked in. This is an unusual situation, but he was never booked in on these charges.
So I didn't hear you guys. You said 30 or 15?
30.
0.
Thank you.
So he gets credit for no days. He was never booked in. So just credit for no days, but he's booked in starting today for the 30 to start his 30 days.
All right. So Mr. Rucker, raise your right hand for me. Do you affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury? Okay, you put your hand down. I'm going to ask you a series of questions in order to accept your plea and make sure you understand. And I apologize for a little bit of the confusion, but we have to get this correct so that the paperwork will be correct, okay? Serves to your benefit for that. So I apologize to you for that. Okay? And so the first question is, are you presently under the influence of any unprescribed medication, drugs, or alcohol that would impair your understanding? Can you all unmute him, please, in ACDC? I don't think I can hear him.
Your Honor, he is unmuted. He's not just speaking up.
Oh, okay. Mr. Rucker? Can you speak up a little louder so I can hear? I have to hear your answers to these questions to make sure you understand. Can you say something? Miss.
He appears to be speaking, but we're not hearing
No,
anything.
but we're not hearing him, right? Yeah, he's saying he's trying to speak. Mr. Rutger? I think he can hear me.
Yes, he can hear you, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, while we get the audio issues together, I just want to specify that position 20 is being null pros. That's ending in 019A.
Okay.
All right.
Right, I see that. Okay. Mr. Rucker, please say hello to me. Yeah, we still can't hear him, Deputy.
Your Honor, this is.
Oh, there we
Professor
go.
Milton. I am
Okay.
speaking.
Mr.
Go ahead, Mr.
Rucker,
Rucker.
can you say hello?
Mr. Rucker, she's talking to you.
Mr. Rucker, are you ready to take a plea today?
Yes.
I'm sorry? Was that a yes? I'm very concerned. I may not take your plea if I can't get you to communicate with me. Are you ready to take a plea today? Do you understand what I'm saying, Mr. Rucker? You've spoken to your attorney. Are you ready to take a plea today to the cases? Are you ready to plead guilty? I think I'm going to have to reset Mr. Rucker, Ms. McLeod.
I understand, Your Honor.
I'm not comfortable taking his plea today.
I understand, Your Honor.
All right. We're going to reset him. Ms. Grace, when will we reset this case?
Hold on, Ms. Brown.
I'm sorry? I didn't hear you, Ms. Grace.
I'm sorry, you want it on a regular calendar or competency?
Your Honor, on this case, we have already put this case on the competency calendar before. And Derek Howard had spoken to the client and said that he was, there was not a competency issue. So they put it back on this calendar to address. Mr. Rucker has been on the calendar multiple times. So I'm not sure if this is just a difficulty with him speaking up. I'm not sure what the difficulty is, but
I don't think he
already put him
ever
on the
spoke.
competency and he got bounced back off.
Well, he never really spoke. He just kind of looks. I'm very concerned.
Okay.
We can
And I
try him
understand.
for another SAP and see what
I think-
happens.
I think we can put him back on another SAP, Your Honor. Not
All right. What will be that date, Miss Grace?
Let me check for one, would you like 1 week out?
It doesn't matter. That's fine.
Soon as possible.
The 21st.
The 21st, okay?
Yes.
All right, we'll reset your cases for the 21st, Mr. Rucker.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Can we do position number 6?
Pardon me, Your Honor, before you go to position number 6, I am in the middle of interviewing Mr. Oriana. I see that the Spanish interpreter is on and the jail is making a way for me to be able to speak with him with the interpreter. I was just wondering if my laptop can be please placed in a breakout space for that conversation.
And who's speaking?
This is Samantha Adams from the Public Defender's
Okay,
Office.
PD Adams.
Yes, Your Honor.
And the interpreter is present, Your Honor, Anna Hovanek.
Good morning, okay.
Good morning.
Can we make that happen, Miss
the
Grace
difference?
or Miss Strong? Either way.
What is her laptop, Ms. Grace?
Thank you, Your Honor.
What is her laptop?
Oh, she,
It should say PD Samantha Adams laptop. PD Samantha Adams.
do you see that, Miss Strong? Okay.
Give me a moment, okay? He's in courtroom 2. We're gonna be moving to a different room so we can have our conversation briefly. In just a few minutes.
Okay.
Judge, you ready for self-annex?
I think so. They let me.
I apologize. So I'm confused. Are y'all staying in Portland too, or are y'all moving him somewhere else? He's
Which position? Which position?
Who are we doing next?
Position number 6.
Position number 6. I'm ready for position number 6. I'm still waiting for the deputies to move me into the other room. So I can handle position number 6 until the other deputy returns.
All right, this is 23 CR 007-003E, Giorgio Glover. And I understand this is to be a plea.
No, this is a not guilty, let me just give me 1 second. Not guilty bond request, Your Honor.
All right, state.
One moment, Your Honor, I'm pulling up the.
Okay.
You know, the facts of this case is that on June 1st, 2022, the officer responded to the incident location, that incident location being 58 Allen Temple Court Northwest, Unit 356, Atlanta, Georgia, and Fulton County, Georgia, in reference to a dispute. The officer spoke with the victim, that victim being Jamie Farris, Jamiee, Farris, Farris. Who advised that her child's father, the defendant, assaulted her. The victim advised that she was sitting on the couch breastfeeding her child, the minor child, initials being K and G. She told the defendant that she was no longer wanting to be with him. The victim advised that the defendant became upset and started to choke her. The victim advised that he began hitting her. The officer observed a laceration on the infant, the minor child's forehead, and bruising to the victim's shoulder. On June 2nd, 2022, the officer spoke with the victim on the telephone. And she did confirm her previous statements and advised that when the defendant returned during the incident, he began punching her in the face and jaw and nose while she held their son. The victim stated that she told the defendant that she was holding their son, at which point he replied that he does not give a FUCK. The victim advised that this was not the first incident with the defendant physically assaulting her. On August of 2021, the defendant was charged with aggravated assault, strangulation, and battery against a pregnant female under City of Atlanta Police case number 212410593. The victim in that case was the victim in this case, and she was pregnant with the victim, the second juvenile victim, K and G, at the time, Your Honor. The defendant has an extensive criminal history as it relates to violence, to include open cases and to include convictions. In 2023, there was a simple battery family violence conviction. He received in Fulton County, received 12 months suspended. Is the exact same victim in this case, Miss Jamie Harris. He also has an open aggravated assault, 2021 open aggravated assault strangulation case. Again, that's actually 23 SC 190566. Again, same victim. Jamie Farris, I believe he's on a no bond for that. I'd also like to point out that the allegations in this case kind of cue up that she was choked and or strangled. He also has a 2023 arrest for battery and riot in a penal institution, several gun charge arrests, several aggravated assault arrests. Your Honor, I think that the bond as it currently is set is quite generous. It's currently set at, it looks like $5,000. Looks like on count 1, the battery family violence, looks like $2,000. And on one moment. And I'm sorry, and looks like $2,500 on the other battery. And it looks like there is no bond set on positions number 3 and 4. so I guess the court will have to set a bond for positions number 3 and 4, the 2 counts of simple battery. And so, Your Honor, if we could sound for the victim at this point, the victim is being Miss Jamie Harris in accordance with Marcy's law, but the state's recommendation as it relates to the 2 current bonds is that the bond as currently set should remain the same. And if in the court, I guess in setting bond for counts 3 and counts 4, we'd ask for a 5,000 surety on each one.
All right.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Glover is a 38-year-old father of 5. He's a very active parent. He was gainfully employed and he had his own pressure washing company when he was arrested. He does have some felonies, but a few, if I'm not mistaken, all his felonies were actually dismissed on the 14th, just 2 days ago, before I believe it was Judge Drake. Additionally, Your Honor, with regards to the bond, 2 of his cases do not have a bond, and the bond that he does have is a cash bond. So the request that we have is that a bond be set for his, a lower bond be set for his the two simple battery charges, and that his, that the cash bond be converted to a surety. Your Honor, you're on mute.
I'm sorry. From my understanding, the battery family violence is 5,000 and the second one is 2,500.
No, Your Honor, I believe the total amount for the 2 battery family violences is 5,000. I believe they're both 2,500s. And then the 2 simple battery family violences do not have a bond right now.
Okay, okay. What I'll do is on the and those battery family violence, those are surety bonds, correct?
Cash bonds, Your Honor.
They're cash?
Yes, and we're requesting it converted to surety.
I guess I'm concerned about the history and the continued repeated offense with the same victim. So I will leave the battery family violence at the 5,000 cash bond. And I will, on the 2 simple batteries, 2,500 each, and that will be a 5,000 surety, so it'll be a split bond. 25 each. 5,000 surety on the simple batteries, and 5,000 cash on the 2 batteries, 2,500 each.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And the conditions will remain of no further contact with the victim and the children and the minor children, and the stay away as well.
Yes, Your Honor. They only share, I believe they only share the 1 child, if I'm not mistaken. But
1 and not 2.
Yeah, he has 5 children total. I don't know. Mr. Glover, do you have 2 children with Miss Ferris or just 1?
2.
2? Okay.
Oh, so there are 2. Okay. Well, if you get out on bond, you are to not have any contact with them and to stay away from their residence, whether it be at the Allen Temple Court or wherever they may be found. Yes, sir. You have a question about the bond conditions?
Yes, ma'am. It's the cash bond is, can I get a reasonable bond where I could be able to get out? Like, cause the cash bond, I don't have no money to pay for.
Mr. Glover, you just went to it and the judge just made her order. Unfortunately, that's what it's gonna be.
Right. Your attorney will know she can file a motion for modification at a later date. All right.
So Judge, can you repeat the bonds again for me, please? So I can make sure I have them right.
First count 2,500 cash, second count 2,500 cash, third count 2,500 surety, fourth count 2,500 surety.
Thank you, I have it.
Huh?
Next, we have probation 1 and 2.
Hold on, Gopi, can we just do our guys, please, real quick? Position 16, Mr. Price. Yeah.
Okay.
And Your Honor, sorry to interject. Would it be possible for me to be placed in a breakout room so that I can speak with Mr. Pullum, my client, before we're called?
Okay, Ms. Strong.
I'm sure what Mr. Fuller did is he with a jail court icon it, and I'm not sure if they're available.
You're not muted, Ms. Strong.
I said, I'm not sure where Mr. Pullum is right now, if he's with the jail court iPhone.
Yes,
should be in the Fulton
Mr.
County Jail.
Pulliam.
Right, so are they able to be put in a breakout room right this moment?
I don't know. Where's Mr. Pulliam? Mr. Pulliam, raise your hand.
Pullum, Pullom.
Oh, Pulliam, sorry.
Sorry.
Where are you? We don't know where.
He's probation, Blunt, but I thought Francois said that he was up there with you all earlier.
Is there a phone for the attorney to call? Don't know that we're going to be able to do it at the moment.
All right.
Hold on. We'll
We
see
didn't get to 5 South. We didn't get to them yet.
Okay. All right. Who do we have next? Then we'll get to you, Mr. Moran. Sorry.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I do have an announcement on positions 33 through 38. Those are all Mr. Matthew Williams cases.
Okay.
The defendant was actually indicted on this case under 23 SC 190221. I have had an opportunity to look at the indictment before Superior Court, and the charges that we had initially accused him on were upgraded to felonies. And part of that felony indictment, I went one by one looking at our accusation and the final indictment, and the charges are matching up as to both. So we are going to null pros all of our accusations and FTAs, and the 23 SC 190221 indictment will control for all of those cases.
All right.
So I just wanted to put that on the record. We're doing the null process right now. Also, an announcement to Mr. McLean. I did send him the last recommendation on Spigner. So hopefully he can take a look at that and go over that with his client, and we can just wrap up those cases as well.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Fogg.
the chat. Are we muted?
No, we're not.
Is that?
I'm sorry, I sent it via email, but I can pop it in the chat as well.
Please, okay, thank you.
Yep.
And this is position 16, Price.
Okay. All right, this is Michael Price, 21 CR 003423E. Charged at 1 count of disorderly conduct. Is this still going to be a plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, State, go ahead.
One moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
You said position, what again? I'm sorry. I found-
16, Michael Price.
Thank you, Your Honor. The recommendation from the state, or the offer from the state, is 12 for the defendants to serve 12 months on probation, to serve 38 days in custody, credit for the 19 days that he's already served in custody, for the balance to be probated, for him to complete 12 weeks of anger management and 40 hours of community service, to have no further contact with Sade Moon, or I'm sorry, yeah, Sade spelled S-A-D-E, Moon, traditional spelling M-O-O-N, and to have a stay away from the location of 2909 Campbellton Road Southwest, which is the Cascade Pines Apartments in Atlanta, Georgia, 30311. Your Honor, if at this time we can sound for Ms. Moon, I don't believe our office has had an opportunity to get in contact with her, but if we could sound for her in accordance with Marcy's law, that'd be greatly appreciated.
All right, Ms. Moon. Sade Moon. Don't think she's on. All right. Mr. McLean, is that your understanding of the plea terms? and
Yes,
conditions?
Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor, it is. We do stipulate to venue and factual basis and identification.
Okay. All right. Mr. Price, can you raise your right hand for me? Do you affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to ask you a series of questions to make sure you understand your plea and that it is free and voluntary. The first question is, are you under the influence of any unprescribed medication, drugs, or alcohol that would impair your understanding?
No.
All right, are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney?
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up and waiving the right to the presumption of innocence?
Yes.
That you're waiving the right to remain silent and not testify against yourself?
Yes.
And that you're waiving the right to a trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer?
Yes.
And you are prepared and agree to waive these rights today?
Yes.
Has anyone told you that you'll receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty?
No.
Has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty?
No.
And do you understand that if you're currently on probation, your probation may be affected or revoked by this guilty plea today?
Yes.
And do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with the full understanding of the charge against you?
Yes.
All right, I will accept your guilty plea, and you understand you have to serve 38 days. You're getting credit for the 19 days. And then again, you've got certain conditions that you have to complete when you are released. That's that 12-week anger management, 40 hours community service. Make sure you stay away from the victim while you're on probation. Is that clear?
Yes.
All right, good luck to you.
Thanks.
Mhm.
Oh, Your Honor, do you want to? Yeah. Your Honor, if the 40 hours community service could be converted to a $400 fine, he would appreciate that.
All right, I don't think the state, do you have any objection to that?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, we'll convert that to a $400 fine.
So the 40 hours is being converted to a fine now?
Yes.
Okay.
Don't forget to do the probation again.
Right, and I believe they have, I've heard a week to, but as soon as possible when he gets out to go sign up with probation.
Yes, we always encourage him to just go as soon as possible. Don't dilly-dally.
Right. Okay. Sounds good. I think, are we at South Annex at this point? Or are we finished in the courtroom? Oh, I don't know. I see.
Can we do position 1 and 2 on the probation calendar?
Is Mr. Bennett on our screen?
Mr. Bennett?
I had spoken this morning, Your Honor, with a community leader named Mr. Bennett, who knows Ashton Green and was wanting to speak for him and tell the court certain good things about him. So because of the recommendation, if we have any glitch with Mr. Bennett being on today, it might be best to reset that.
All right. Gonna reset positions 1 and 2 on the probation calendar, Mr. Green. What's that reset date, Miss Grace? Miss Grace?
Is Tuesday fine for him to be reset?
All right.
Mr.
Mr. McLean, do you want him to be reset till Tuesday, the 21st?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll reset him to the 21st.
Going back to positions 26 through 28, Spigner.
Uh-huh.
Your Honor, in further speaking with Mr. Spigner, he tells me that his family is talking to lawyers about a felony case he has, which has nothing to do with us. And because the felony case is what it is, I would like to simply say, put him on the jail jury calendar. And if the private practice attorney approaches the state for a global offer, he or she will try to do that.
Well, Your Honor, there's really no way we could do a global offer with the DA's office. We're two different
I'm using
jurisdictions.
Using the term with a small g, not what they would consider to be a global situation.
Okay.
I had not realized that those discussions were further along than they are. So
okay, understood.
That'd be best.
Queen's iPhone, please mute. Okay. All right, so we're resetting those to jail jury, Mr. Spigner's cases.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and so Ms. Grace, those are further notice for trial.
And what positions are these?
26 through 28.
And what day is it?
Now, are they being reset for further notice jail jury?
Thank you.
Has the defendant been arraigned on these cases?
Good question. We better ask that.
I do not know. So I could waive the formal reading of the accusations and we could simply tell him to watch out for his court date. Each count carries a maximum punishment of thus and such.
Right. Mr. Spigner, we're just going to formally arraign you for these 3 cases. So with the charges of simple battery, family violence, and battery, I believe those are the 2 charges. In 22 CR 003398J and 23 CR 006880J. And so each of those charges carries a maximum penalty of 1 year in jail as well as $1,000 fine. And we're just letting you know that you're being formally charged in both of those cases. The cases will be reset to a jury trial, and that jury trial will be scheduled by the division judge to whom the case is assigned. All right?
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. Appreciate it. All right. Good luck. Your Honor, that Mr. Watson was towards the end of the calendar being a W last name. I had noted that he is not, it was a 2018 accusation. He's had a subsequent significant serious brain injury with brain surgery. I don't have any medical records, but he described to me that we could get medical records. But the thing is, he has sufficient memory of the 2018 matter to go forward, in my opinion. So I think we should put him on a competency calendar. It does meet the classic criteria.
And that's Mr. Watkins, you said?
Watkins, yes. I'm sorry, did I say Watson?
Gregory Watkins, position 32.
Correct. Because he can't assist counsel if he has no memory of it.
And so you want to reset it till when?
A competency calendar.
Oh, competency.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Grace?
I'm checking now, Judge. Are you going to do a eval, Mr. McLean?
I'll have Mr. Howard look into whether it should be an eval or just us getting the medical records, because it's the memory problem that will Cause, I mean, you can't assist counsel if you don't remember the event.
Okay, we can try for December the 7th.
Thank you, December 7th. Okay, that's a date which shall live in infamy, so that's easy to remember.
Okay. All right, that takes care of position 32. What do we have left?
We got several pleas here.
Okay, and I understand, I think, did you see the message from Ms. Thomas at probation? She needs their contact information emailed to her.
Yes.
Okay, she put that message in the chat. All right. Who is our next plea? And I know that South Annex wants to go as well. Do we have any more on the regular calendar? Council or Deputy Falk?
We have position number 29.
That's right.
Is this Tremaine Pierce? Pierce Tremaine.
Yes.
Oh, do they have it backwards? What's your first name? It is Tremaine Pierce?
First name Tremaine.
Okay. All right. 23 CR 005918F. Mr. Pierce, you're charged with 1 count of battery. Is this going to be a plea?
Your Honor, it is a plea, and we submitted the plea. I believe we put it on today for Mr. Williams to be on. He's on. And I believe that there was going to be a restitution document sent our way so that we could respond to the restitution document.
Your Honor, we have had a chance to talk to Rady Williams. He will be submitting that through the Crime Victims Compensation Fund. Since we did not have, and we have an amount, but not the breakdown paperwork. And we have spoken, our victim advocate has spoken to Mr. Williams about going ahead through the Crime Victims Compensation Fund, which he has agreed to do. I will state that Mr. Williams would like to speak on the issue of the fact that the case was not upgraded. I would also like to state for the record, the state did submit an upgrade on this case, and then the DA's office decided not to proceed based on the nature of the case and the lack of injury that they felt was sufficient to reach a level of aggravated assault or robbery by force. The state's recommendation to that end on this case is, and let me just, I'm at the wrong part of my calendar, so you can just give me a moment. The state's recommendation is 12 months probation, 180 days, credit for time served, 45 days. That would be from October 3rd of 2023. Balance probated, 8 weeks anger management, 40 hours of community service, no further contact with Rady Williams, stay away from 1255 West Peachtree Street Northeast in Atlanta. That's MARTA. And we would like to sound for Mr. Rady Williams, who is here. He would like to speak, is my understanding.
All right, Mr. Williams. Can you unmute yourself?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you and understand that you wish to address the court today. Is that correct?
Sure.
All right, raise your right hand for me. Do you affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth, under the penalty of perjury?
Yes.
All right. Go ahead, and your statement for today?
My statement today is, I don't know who this individual is or why he attacked me, but he attacked me like a coward because I was listening on my headset to a lecture. I did not hear him or see him creep up on me. So I don't know what problem that he had at MARTA that particular day, but he caused me almost over $5,000 worth of medical damage to my face. Now I got a scar on my face because he decided he wanted to put his hands on someone he don't even know. I still don't know the reason why this man attacked me. And then mysteriously, my electronics disappeared. They say they have this on video. No one has showed me the video. I've asked repeatedly for MARTA to show me video. I asked Fulton County DA's office to show me video. Nobody showing me video. Y'all handling this individual like he's a little kid. He attacked a grown man old enough to be his father. There's something wrong with this individual. It's not a misdemeanor. This is a felony. That's all I have to say.
I understand. You know, I'm sorry that we could not do that or could not make that happen for you. But I do know that the solicitor's office will be assisting you, you know, with the restitution and any other matters that they can, with the resources that they may be able to refer you to. This is sometimes a hard part of administering justice as best that we can under the circumstances. Apologize to you for what you've been through and that we can't give the resolution that you would like. But I do know that there are resources that the solicitor's office, and I'm sure you've talked to their victim witness advocate, so that they can see if there's anything else they can do to assist you. And hopefully you will not go through anything like this again. But I will ask Mr. Pierce some series of questions before accepting his guilty plea. And again, hope that he understands and learns from the situation as well. All right, Mr. Pierce, raise your right hand for me. Do you affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury?
Yes.
All right. And Mr. Pierce, I'm going to ask you a series of questions. The first one being, are you under the influence of any unprescribed medication, drugs, or alcohol at this time that would impair your understanding?
No.
All right. You can put your hand down. Are you satisfied with the services? Are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney?
Yeah. Say it again.
Are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney?
Yes.
All right. Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you are giving up and waiving the right to the presumption of innocence?
Yes.
Do you understand that you're giving up and waiving the right to remain silent and not testify against yourself?
Yes.
And you're giving up and waiving the right to trial by judge or jury, whichever you would prefer?
Yes.
You're prepared and agree to waive these rights today?
Yes.
Has anyone told you that you would receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty?
No.
Has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty?
No.
And do you understand that if you're currently on probation, your probation could be revoked or affected by a guilty plea today?
Yes.
And do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with the full understanding of the charge against you?
Yes.
Okay. I am going to accept your guilty plea today. And again, you have some conditions that you must complete while you're on probation. You've got to complete an 8-week anger management course and 40 hours of community service. You're to have no further contact with Mr. Rady Williams, and you're to stay away from Marta while you're on probation. You understand that?
Yes.
And if you don't complete these things, you will be revoked and arrested if you don't complete these terms while you're on probation. All right, and you have heard from the victim, and he is not pleased at all. So hopefully you will not be involved in any such matters in the future, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I will accept your guilty plea.
All right.
All right, Mr. Williams, I wish you the best as well.
Have a good day, Judge.
All right, you too. Thank you.
Judge, this is going to be an add-on position 6. Orlina also needs a Spanish interpreter.
I know, I think South Annex has been waiting to go too, but.
Yes,
I-
we've been waiting
I
for
would-
2 hours. Can we get
Go ahead. You can go. You guys can go, South Annex.
James Mitchell and Starling Ridley, whichever one y'all want to start with, but right here we have James Mitchell.
So Ms.
Okay.
Adams need to talk to, who do you need to talk to?
Both of them.
Oh, wow, they both need to be. James Mitchell, and who was the second person?
Starling Ridley.
Okay.
So you wanna, yeah, so.
I'm ready to do that.
Okay, so after we do add-on 6, Mr. Orlina, then she can go to a breakout with South NX.
Let's see, add-on 6. All right, this is Arnado Orellana, I think.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Madam Interpreter, raise your right hand for me. And do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will faithfully interpret from English to Spanish and Spanish to English the proceedings before the court in an accurate manner with the best, to the best of your skill and knowledge with no embellishments?
I do.
All right, thank you. All right, this is case number 20 CR 00503OE. And the charges are 1 count of DUI less safe, 2nd count failure to report striking a fixed object, 3rd count driving without a valid license.
Ok, este es el caso del 20CR00050330. Los cargos por manejar bajo la influencia menos seguro y por falta de reportar de haber pegado un objeto y por manejar sin licencia.
All right, state.
Yes, Your Honor. The state's recommendation in this case was on count 1, 12 months to serve, 10 days in jail.
La recomendación, su señoría, es que en el cargo número 1 de 10 días de cárcel de cumplir de cumplirlos.
The defendant will receive credit for time served for 10 days in jail.
Y el acusado va a recibir crédito de los 10 días de cárcel.
And looking at his booking information, he has currently been in jail for 7 days from November 10th of 2023.
Y viendo aquí de los papeles de la cárcel, que él tiene en la cárcel ya 7 días desde el 10 de noviembre del 2023.
The balance will be probated and we are requesting a $600 fine, 40 hours of community service.
Y el resto va a ser bajo probatoria, que se tiene que estar reportando la multa $600 y 40 horas de servicio comunitario.
A DUI risk reduction, ADET, and a victim impact letter.
Y va a tener que tomar un curso de manejar bajo la influencia del riesgo que hay y una evaluación y también un panel que tiene que ver que impacta a las víctimas.
Count 2, failure to report striking a fixed object is a $500 fine concurrent with count 1.
Y el cargo número 2 por pegar ese objeto es $500 de multa simultáneamente con la otra.
And count 3 is on the driving without a valid license is a $500 fine.
Y el cargo 3 por manejar sin licencia es una multa de $500.
I did see where Ms. Adams requested for the fines to be changed over to on count 2 and 3 to community service.
Y sí vi que la abogada Adams me pidió que si el cargo número 2 y 3 puede ser convertido en servicio comunitario.
And the state will agree to that on count 2, but needs to look just a little bit closer at his history on count 3.
El Estado está de acuerdo que lo puede hacer en el cargo número 2, pero tenemos que ver sus antecedentes, su historial en el cargo 3.
And the state would ask the defense to stipulate to venue, factual basis, and identification for the purposes of the plea.
Y vamos, entonces el Estado va a poner dónde fue el lugar donde se cometió el delito y la estipulación de su declaración.
If I may, Your Honor, the defense so stipulates, but I'd like to add something.
Y si puedo que el acusado estipula, pero si puedo agregar algo.
I'd rather change something. When I looked in Odyssey, I saw that, when Mr. Orena was originally arrested, he was confined for 2 days, then he was arrested for the same charge again, and he was there for 188 days.
Y cuando yo vi en el sistema Odyssey que el señor Orellana, que había sido arrestado por el mismo delito y estuvo 2 días ahí después, que fue por el mismo 480 días después.
Then again for the 7 days that the state has already provided.
Y esos son los 7 días que el Estado ha dado.
Okay. Well, just give me a moment to look that up.
Deme un momento para verlo.
Let me see.
If it's any help, Ms. Falk, when I look at Odyssey, it shows the booking date of August 22nd, 2021, and it has a felony associated with it. However, these charges are also there, if that helps.
Okay.
Que es viendo aquí en el sistema Odyssey que se puede ver que el 22 de agosto del 2021, que fue un cargo de un delito grave y que está ahí.
That appears to be correct. So the defendant would actually receive, let's see.
Sí, que es correcto. El acusado va a recibir.
So the defendant would receive 188 days credit for time served. Well, plus the 188, 190, 197 days jail credit for time served in jail.
Va a recibir 188 días más 197 y crédito por el tiempo que haya estado en la cárcel.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, and so the on the second charge, the $500 fine will be converted to 50 hours of community service.
Yes, well, I would, the defense asked to convert it to community service. I'm not sure how much they were asking.
El segundo cargo que quiere convertirlo en servicio comunitario, 50 horas, sí, no sé cuántas horas pidió su abogado.
50 hours of community service would suffice for count 2.
And count 3, Your Honor, this is his second driving without a valid license, so we are not inclined to change the fine on that.
Y el cargo número 3, que es la segunda vez que manejas sin licencia, así es que no estamos inclinados a cambiarlo a servicio comunitario.
All right, PD Adams, did you hear that? Do we have an agreement on the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
¿Están de acuerdo con la declaración, sí, su señoría?
All right, if we're ready to take the plea, we can do that.
Si están listos para tomar la declaración, lo podemos hacer.
We're ready, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Arlana, can you raise your right hand for me?
Señor Orellana, ¿puede usted alzar la mano derecha, por favor?
Do you affirm that the testimony that you're about to give
¿Usted afirma que el testimonio que va a dar
is the truth and nothing but the truth?
es la verdad y toda la verdad? Alza la mano.
Under the penalty of perjury.
Bajo pena de perjurio.
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you a series of questions
Vamos a hacerle una serie de preguntas
to make sure you understand your plea.
para asegurarnos de que usted entienda su declaración. Puede bajar la mano.
First question is, are you under the influence of any medication, unprescribed medication, drugs, or alcohol that would impair your understanding?
La primera pregunta que le voy a hacer es si usted está bajo algún medicamento que no sea recetado a usted, drogas o bebidas alcohólicas que impidan hacer lo que está haciendo aquí.
No.
No.
Are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney?
¿Está satisfecho usted con los servicios de su abogada?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up and waiving the right to the presumption of innocence?
¿Usted entiende que al declararse culpable está renunciando usted a la presunción de inocencia?
Sí.
Yes.
That you're giving up and waiving the right to remain silent and not testify against yourself?
Que usted está renunciando a permanecer callado y no testificar contra usted.
Sí.
Yes.
And you're giving up the right to a trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer.
Y que usted renuncia a tener un juicio ante un juez o ante un jurado, lo que usted prefiera.
Sí.
Yes.
Are you prepared and agree to waive these rights today?
¿Está preparado usted para renunciar a estos derechos aquí hoy?
Sí.
Yes.
Has anyone told you that you will receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty?
¿Alguien le ha dicho a usted que va a recibir una sentencia menos si se declara culpable?
No.
No.
Has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty?
¿Alguien le ha prometido algo para que se declare culpable?
No.
No.
Do you understand that if you're currently on probation, your probation may be revoked or affected because of your guilty plea today?
¿Usted entiende que si está en probatoria en alguna parte, que su probatoria puede ser afectada por esta declaración?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with the full understanding of the charges against you?
¿Usted da esta declaración libre y voluntariamente con completo entendimiento?
Sí.
Yes.
And so again, you plead guilty to all three charges, is that correct?
Así es que se declara usted culpable a todos los tres cargos, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes. All right, I will accept your guilty plea.
Ok, acepto su declaración de culpable.
Sí.
Yes.
And you understand the conditions that you must complete.
Y usted entiende las condiciones que tiene que completar.
Sí.
Yes.
All right. Good luck to you.
Ok, buena suerte a usted.
Excuse me, Judge. So did we decide on the community service hours for all of 3 cases?
Okay, the first case is 40 hours of community service. And the second case is 50 hours of community service. And the third case will be none. It will just be the $500 fine. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
That is
Que
correct.
las horas de servicio comunitario del primer caso son 40 horas de servicio comunitario, del segundo caso 50 horas y el tercero son $500 de multa.
Okay.
And also, Judge, and Ms. Falk, count A is gonna be the fine as well.
Oh, a $600 fine. I
$600
just saw
fine
that.
on count 1 per the statute.
Okay. And then credit, it was after service of 197 days, credit for that.
Right, he had 197 days credit for 197 days.
Thank you.
Sí, que en el cargo son $600 y que le están dando 197 días de crédito.
Okay.
All right, if that completes it, then we've concluded this matter.
Ok, esto completa toda esta causa.
Okay, gracias.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, anybody else will be needing the interpreter?
Right, do we have any other?
None, Your Honor.
That's it? Okay. All right, thank you, Madam Interpreter, appreciate it.
Thank you. May I excuse?
Yes, you may, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Next, we have position number 15.
Your Honor, before we do that, may I please be placed in a breakout space with South Annex?
Are we able to do that, Ms. Strong?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Now, on 15, Your Honor, we made a counter offer and that was rejected. I'd like the opportunity to speak with the defendant about the reasoning behind that and the next step. Considering what is going on with everything, it would be good to reset that to Tuesday or Thursday, and I'll come visit him and we'll have a discussion.
All right, and position 15, which is Robert Phillips,
Correct.
23 CR 0068466Y. We're going to reset that to which date?
Either Tuesday or Thursday, it doesn't matter which.
Well, next Thursday, we won't be here.
Oh, that's right.
So you want to do Tuesday?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, the 21st. Can we do that, Miss Grace?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we'll reset that to Tuesday, 11/21.
Likewise, Your Honor, 24, because of zone location problems yesterday, we were not able to interview Mr. Screen. So a little bit later, I'd do a breakout with him, that's possible, and convey to him the offer.
All right, where is position 24? He's where?
What time Tuesday?
Position number 30 and 31, Bonner.
Right, number 25 is a plea, 3031 is a plea, 3940 is a plea. And those are all ready.
Okay.
So they just announced for Bonner, which is 3031, that's ready.
All right. We'll do 30 and 31. Mr. Varner?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. This is 20 CR 003426C and 23 FTA 001016. You're charged with 1 count of sexual battery and an FTA. Raise your right hand for me. Do you affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and put your hand down for me. State, go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. The recommendation on this case is 12 months to serve 36 days, credit for time served 18 days. That's from April 15th to April 18th of 2020, and then November 3rd to today. We are also recommending ADET, 40 hours of community service, no contact with the victim, Andrea Falk, and that is no relation, and stay away from 2760 Greenbrier Parkway, which is Burger King. The state would ask the defense to stipulate to factual basis, venue, and identification for the purposes of the plea.
We do so stipulate, yes, and that is an understanding of the plea. And I've never mentioned before, my grandmother was also named Falk, and we're no relation.
We're
Okay.
also agreeing to no pros position 31 upon the plea to position 30. We would like to sound for Miss Andrea Falk if she is here in court today.
All right, Miss Falk, Andrea Falk. Nope. All right, victim is not here. We will get started with the plea. I'm going to ask you a series of questions, Mr. Vollner, and answer those for me so that I know that you understand what you're pleading to and what the conditions are. First is, are you under the influence of any unprescribed medication, drugs, or alcohol that would impair your understanding?
No, ma'am.
And are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up or waiving the right to the presumption of innocence?
Yes, ma'am.
That you're giving up and waiving the right to remain silent and not testify against yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
That you're giving up and waiving the right to trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer?
It's fine.
And you are prepared and agree to waive these rights today? Has anyone told you that you will receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty? Has anyone told you, has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
And do you understand that if you're currently on probation, your probation may be revoked or affected by your guilty plea today?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with the full understanding of the charge against you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and I will accept your guilty plea to this charge. You have heard the terms. You'd have no further contact with this victim and to stay away from the Burger King at Greenbrier Parkway. All right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Wish you well with that. Anything else, counsel, that we need to take up?
Nothing, Your Honor.
No,
All
Your
right.
Honor.
All right, that concludes this case.
So I'll be going home today.
When they process you out, don't know if it's today, within 24 hours.
All right, thank you.
Mhm.
Position number 25, Rodney Smith.
Okay.
Your Honor, this Rodney Smith 25 was a 7 extra day plea.
And you said it was a what, Mr. McLean?
It's not a time served plea, it's a 7 extra day plea.
7 extra day, okay. All right, 23 CR 0070328, Rodney Smith, 1 count of theft by shoplifting, state.
Yes, Your Honor. That case, the state's recommendation was 12 months served 30 days, credit for time served 8 days. The recommendation is, and that was from November 9th of 2023. That is because the defendant has prior theft by shoplifting, so this is statutory. We are recommending balance probated, $500 fine. Again, that is by statute, since this, I believe, is his 3rd offense. Anti-theft course, 40 hours community service. Stay away from the Walmart at 4735 State Route 138 in Union City. And that is all. The state would ask the defense to stipulate to venue, factual basis, and identification for the purposes of the plea.
We do so stipulate, that is our understanding of the offer, and I understand about the statutory requirements. It might be necessary for Mr. Smith to end up doing, instead of $500 cash as the fine, he may end up needing to convert that to community service, because I think that he is not of means. The discussion included appropriate admonition, or rather a discussion of the 4th shoplifting is not a misdemeanor, so he's aware. So that will be avoided in the future.
Okay.
I mean, the statute says the fine can't be suspended, converted, probated, blah, 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 blah. Obviously, the court can do what it wishes. I'm just putting on the record that the recommendation provided was based on the statutory requirements.
Understood. Right.
I think corroboration is not bad.
Where's Mr. Smith?
Wave your hand, Mr. Smith.
Okay, I see.
There he is.
All right. We are bound by the statute on the fine for this charge. So I don't know that I'm inclined to overrule that. You would have to come up with the $500 fine. You would have 12 months while you're on probation to come up with that, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you'd be able to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So are you ready to take your plea?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you stipulate, Mr. McLean?
We did.
Okay. All right. I'm going to ask you a series of questions. Do you, and I'm sorry, I forgot to swear you in, Mr. Smith. Do you agree to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down for me. First question I have is, are you under the influence of any unprescribed medication, drugs, or alcohol that would impair your understanding?
No, ma'am.
All right. Are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up or waiving the right to the presumption of innocence?
Yes, ma'am.
That you're giving up the right to remain silent and not testify against yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
That you're giving up the right to trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer?
Yes, ma'am.
And you agree to waive these rights today?
Yes, ma'am.
Has anyone told you that you would receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
And do you understand that if you're currently on probation, your probation may be revoked or affected by the guilty plea here today?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with the full understanding of the charge against you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I will accept your guilty plea to the charge of theft by shoplifting, okay?
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, please do not go back to that Walmart while you're on probation.
I banned Walmart out of my life.
Huh?
I banned Walmart out of my life.
Okay, now I got you. All right, good luck to you, okay?
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
All right.
Position number 5, DeBro.
This is 23 CR 006983H. Johannes Jabro, charge of 1 count of criminal trespass. State.
Your Honor, the recommendation from the state is that this is a time served plea. He has already served 80 days in custody.
All right.
Like that began on August 29, 2023.
Your Honor, is this a private practice case or Ms. Adams?
Okay.
I don't know.
I think the probability is it's Ms. Adams' case, I would imagine.
Yes, I can. Are you ready? Yes, I am. Okay. I think I have the top 2. Perfect. The person who's coming on the phone is going to be Kate. Okay, great. Thank you. You're welcome. So, Lawrence, I'll be back after you're the wrong person.
What?
Now we're waiting for PD Adams to come back.
Yes, Your Honor. I have 3940 T. Williams, Tamika Williams is at ACDC. That's a plea.
Okay.
We're ready with Mr. Miko Williams. Please switch out.
All right. This is 21 CR 002168F. Tamika Williams, charge of 1 count of simple assault, family violence. And position 30, 23 FTA 001020 is an FTA. Be null prost upon the plea to the other case. All right, State.
Yes, Your Honor, state's recommendation on this case is 12 months probation, serve 40 days, credit for time served 20 days. That's from May 2nd to May 4th of 2021 and October 31st of 2023 to today. Balance probated, FVIP, 40 hours community service, no contact with DeQuante Davis, and stay away from 1870 Myrtle. We would like to sound for Mr. DeQuante Davis, and we do ask the defense stipulate to venue, factual basis, and identification for the purposes of the plea.
We do so stipulate, Your Honor, and that is our understanding of the plea.
Okay. And Ms. Williams, raise your right hand for me so I can swear you in. Do you affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury?
Ma'am.
Okay, put your hand down for me. I'm going to ask you a series of questions in order to accept your guilty plea. The first being, are you presently under the influence of any unprescribed medication, drugs, or alcohol at this time that would impair your understanding? I didn't hear you.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up or waiving the right to the presumption of innocence?
Yes, ma'am.
That you're giving up and waiving the right to remain silent and not testify against yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
That you're giving up the right to trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you prepared and agree to waive these rights today?
Yes, ma'am.
Has anyone told you that you'll receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty?
No, ma'am.
And has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
And do you understand that if you're currently on probation, your probation may be revoked because of your guilty plea here today?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with a full understanding of the charge against you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I will accept your guilty plea to the charge of simple assault, family violence. And did we read on the record the conditions, the FVIP, the 40 hours community service?
Yes, Your Honor, the state's, part of the state's plea was, on this one was, 40 hours of community service, FVIP, and, no further contact with DeQuante Davis and stay away from 1870 Myrtle.
Okay. Is that Myrtle Street? I believe. Yes. All right. And so again, I will accept that plea and good luck to you, Ms. Williams.
Thank you.
All right.
Can we do position number 5? Get ready to lose the cell phone. Battery going dead. Can we do position number 5, please?
Okay. Position 5, I sounded for that. That's 23 CR 0069838. Johannes Gabru. That's the time served plea.
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right. For criminal trespass. Go ahead, State.
Your Honor, the recommendation from the state is for the defendant to serve 80 days in custody, credit for the 80 days that he's already served, time served, and close, Your Honor. And
all right.
that start date would have been August 29, 2023.
All right. And Mr. Jabru, that's your understanding, time served plea?
You know the answer. Okay. Say yes.
Okay.
He's not a private attorney's case.
Is that him at jail court's iPhone?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Oh, okay. Because I couldn't hear him.
Okay, that's 4 sides.
All right. And so I will accept your plea. Is there stipulation?
Yes, if that's for the defense.
Right. Who's representing Mr. Jabru? Oh, that's Mr. McLean.
He's
You're
muted.
muted. Huh?
Mr.
Mr.
McLean, you're muted.
McLean, you're on mute. Can't hear you.
Unless it's a private attorney or one of the conflict counsel, that would be Miss Adams. And we're trying to get her back in the room. She's in the other room on something else right now.
Oh.
Can we do position number 41? Yeah, sit over there. This phone finna go dead.
Mr. Yates is ready for a plea, yes.
Right there, bro. Your attorney not there. Sit right there. They wait for your attorney to come back. Position number 41, Yates.
Okay.
That's my case, Your Honor.
All right. 23 CR 0070005G. LaQuavius Yates, charged with theft by taking and willful obstruction of a law enforcement officer. State.
Yes, Your Honor, the state's recommendation, it was a count 1, 12 months probation, served 34 days, credit for time served, 17 days, balance probated, and anti-theft course, no contact with Kendius Howard, that is Kendius. Stay away from 185 Central Avenue unless handling legal matters. Count 2 is 12 months probation concurrent with count 1 and a $300 fine. That would be a total of 12 months, serve 34 days, would receive credit for time served and release. Balance probated and anti-theft course, no contact with Kendius Howard. Stay away from 185 Central Avenue unless handling legal matters. The state would ask the defense to stipulate to venue, factual basis, and identification for the purposes of this plea.
We do so stipulate, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, Mr. Yates, raise your right hand for me.
Raise your hand.
Do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury?
Yes.
All right, put your hand down for me. Gonna ask you a series of questions. Make sure you understand your plea. First one being, are you presently under the influence of any unprescribed medication, drugs, or alcohol at this time that would impair your understanding? Are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up and waiving the right to the presumption of innocence?
Yes, ma'am.
You're giving up the right to remain silent and not testify against yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
Giving up the right to trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're prepared to agree to waive these rights today?
Yes, ma'am.
Has anyone told you you'll receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
And do you understand that if you're currently on probation, your probation could be affected or revoked because of the guilty plea today?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with the full understanding of the charge against you?
Yes, ma'am.
And I will accept your guilty plea to the theft by taking and the willful obstruction, and you understand all of your conditions, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, they must be completed while you're on probation. All right. I will accept your guilty plea and this matter is resolved.
Position number 8 and 9, Mr. Hicks.
All right, this is 23 CR 003930D. Michael Hicks, charged with 1 count of obstruction of a law enforcement officer, and position 923 FTA 001021, an FTA. No possibly plead to position 8.
Would that also be Miss Adams' case?
Oh, is that Miss Adams?
Store or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, that's why I didn't know my license. Yes, which one you got here?
We're right across the hall. Finished off?
They're all done.
Hey, look, all.
Hey, can you have spiders? Oh.
You did?
How you doing?
Huh?
Did anyone?
Your Honor, while we're waiting, could I make a brief announcement on Samuel Pullum?
Yes, let's see.
This is on the probation revocation calendar.
Oh. Hold on.
I do have court in Superior Court in Fulton County at 1:30. If Mr. Pullum has been produced today, I'd like to get in a breakout session with him. I need a chance to talk with him before we go forward with this hearing. If he has not been produced, I would request that we reset this case to possibly or early next week, if that's available.
Right, has he been, the jail, have we,
He's in custody in Fulton County. So-
right, Mr. Pullen? Pullan, right?
So that's the spelling on the revocation petition. I believe on his actual name is spelled Pullom, and that's the spelling on the case in the clerk's records.
Ah, okay.
And I do believe the probation officer on that case, Miss Trina Harris, is in the courtroom as well.
Ms. Harris?
It's actually.
Yes, Shauna?
Good, almost good morning. We're trying to see, I think the jail was still having an issue, right? Or bringing him up for you to talk. Is that correct, Mr. Moran?
Yeah, I requested to be put in a breakout room.
Sorry, I have
Court started at 9 a.m. and still haven't had that opportunity yet.
Mr. Moran, the guy
Yeah.
that is your client, he's actually on 5 South. You just have to be patient. They have to get to that floor as well.
Stand by, we got an officer en route, stand by.
Officer en route, okay.
All right. Alternatively, I can reach out to Superior Court and have them hold for my report if it's going to be a while.
Yeah, if they're bringing him, or getting to him.
They're en
You got-
route to 5 South right now, Mr. Moran.
If you have to be there at 1, we should be able to get to it. I'm trying to do that, so you may want to tell him you might be a few minutes late, but
Okay.
I hope to get you in and out as quick as we can here.
I appreciate that. I'll go ahead and reach out to the court and advise them that I may need them to hold for my report.
Okay. Okay, do that real quick, and then by the time you come back, hopefully we should have him up.
Okay, great. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, I do have an update for position number 11, whenever the court's ready.
Okay,
That's gonna be a negotiated plea, that's at the South Annex. So whenever the court's ready, I'm ready to go forward with him and also too with, probation calendar position. One moment. Positions, there are 2 positions, sorry, 4 positions. There are positions 5, 6, 7, and 8, Your Honor.
on the probation calendar.
Yes, they're both of those, are in South Annex.
Okay. We're trying to get Mr. Moran's case going as well.
Understood, Your Honor.
And so we were trying to, while you were gone, we were trying to do, I think it was position 5, that time served plea.
I know. I'm ready for that case as well, Your Honor.
Think he's, well, is he still on the screen or is he gone? Let's see what the deputies tell us.
Your Honor, did they send, Mr. Frederick, Bonner back? He is position 30 and 31 on the, regular SAP calendar, but he's also on the probation and revocation calendar.
I have mental health.
I wonder, I don't know, we took the plea for him.
Yeah, he's positions 9 and 10 on the,
You'll have to ask the jail. I don't know.
okay, thank you, Judge.
Mhm.
No,
We got Mr. Pulliam. Are you ready?
Okay. Yes, Mr. Moran was, okay.
Yes, I'm here, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, he needs to talk to him first.
That's, if I could be placed in a breakout room, thanks.
Okay,
Is that him at Fort South?
Yes, 4 South.
okay.
Your Honor, whenever you're ready, Ms. McLeod is ready for her 2 clients.
Okay,
Add on Ms. Hagwood and Adrian Robinson, position 3.
okay, let's see.
Sitting in front of you is Ms. Hagwood.
All right. I have her for add-ons 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 through 4.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
All right, 22 CR 0084443B. Dana Hagwood, charged with 1 count of battery family violence. 4499B, charge of battery theft by shoplifting. And 23 FTA 0010227 and 23 FTA 0010228. All right, State.
Yes, Your Honor. On position number 1, the recommendation is 12 months probation, serve 7 days, credit for time served 7 days, balance probated, 8-week anger management, 30 hours of community service, no further violent contact with Kashawn Freeman. That is KASHAWN. On count 2, the state's recommendation was 12 months on count 1 of case number 2. 12 months probation, served 2 days, credit for time served 2 days, balance probated, 8-week anger management, 30 hours community service, no further contact with Isaiah Scott. On count 2, the theft by shoplifting, 12 months served, 2 days, credit for time served, 2 days, balance probated, an anti-theft course, and stay away from 3393 Peachtree Road Northeast, which I believe is Lenox Mall. The state's recommendation is actually based on a plea that that the defendant was scheduled to take in another courtroom but failed to appear, then was arrested on the FTA and brought to SAP today to enter her plea. So the state would ask the defense to stipulate to venue, factual basis, and identification at this time.
We do so stipulate.
All right, Ms. Hagwood, can you raise your right hand for me? Do you affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm going to ask you a series of questions in order to accept your guilty plea and make sure that you understand what you're doing, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, the first question is, are you under the influence of any medication, unprescribed medication, drugs, or alcohol that would impair your understanding?
No.
All right. Are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney?
Yes.
And do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up or waiving the right to the presumption of innocence?
Yes.
And that you're giving up the right to remain silent and not testify against yourself?
Yes, I understand.
That you're giving up and waiving the right to trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer?
Yes.
And you are prepared and agree to waive these rights today, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Has anyone told you that you receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty?
No.
Has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty?
No.
And you do understand that if you're currently on probation, your probation may be revoked or affected by your guilty plea here today?
Yes, I understand.
And do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with the full understanding of the charges against you?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I will accept your guilty plea to the battery, family violence, and to battery and theft by shoplifting. You understand all the conditions and terms that you must comply with, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, I understand.
Okay, all right. Anything else, counsel, that we need to take up?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, I'll accept your plea. Good luck to you.
Excuse me, Judge. Ms. Falk, what was the name on the first case? And that was a no further contact or no further violent contact?
We had no further, I believe you may have the plea paperwork. We copied it directly from that. We had no further violent contact was what I saw in the plea paperwork that was sent over to me by Mr. Jordan.
That was my understanding as well, Ms. Falk.
That's what I thought you said. And what was the name on the first case?
It said, based on the plea paperwork, again, I was going by that. It says Kashawn Freeman. It was K-A-S-H, and then it may have said S-A-W-N. So Kashawn Freeman.
Okay.
Oh, I wonder if it's misspelled or is it spelled right?
I'm not sure. Again, Your Honor, I was lifting directly because we didn't want to need to redo the paperwork on this since that had already been completed. So I was just pulling directly from the paperwork that we had received.
Your Honor, I think that is the correct spelling. That is the spelling that was in the accusation.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, if there's nothing further, then that concludes this case. Good luck to you, Ms. Hagwood.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Position-
Yes.
Position number 4, Mr. Porter.
Okay, I see Mr. Moran is back.
Yes, Your Honor, and I haven't had a chance to speak with Mr. Pullum now. Thank you.
Okay,
And thank
good.
you. Hey,
I'm sorry, say that again, Deputy. Who are we?
Position number 4 on probation calendar.
Oh. All right, this is 23 PV 001528, which is the probation violation, and then 20 CR 0019831. Sam Lee Pullum. I think we have two different spellings, and the O-M is the correct as opposed to the A-N.
Is that correct, Mr. Pullum? It's Pullom.
O-M.
O-M, okay,
And Your Honor, this is going to be a stipulation today.
okay. State, go ahead first.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Pullum was sentenced to probation on May the 9th of 2022 to 12 months to complete the BART course and to complete 225 hours of community service. Mr. Pullum was reporting from the months of August up until November. Then I lost contact with him, and that's why a warrant was issued for his arrest. He has roughly about 101 days remaining on his case. I did speak with Mr. Pullum's attorney, and the only way I would not ask to revoke if we are provided proof of doing those 225 hours of community service.
And Your Honor, what I will say is in my conversation with Mr. Pullum just now, he has advised me that he did 200 hours of community service, and he was under the impression that that was the total amount of community service that he was required to do. So I've spoken with him. He will, of course, complete the remainder of the community service if released. He did complete the majority of it and what he thought was the total amount. And he does have proof of that he can provide once he's released.
All right, probation?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
I'm asking to continue him on probation to provide us proof of those community service. When it comes to the BART course, I wanted to defer to the courts because that class is online and it cannot be taken in person. And I'm not sure if Mr. Pullum is, computer literate to do that class.
All right. Mr.
Mr.
Moran?
Pullum, do you have access to a computer that you could take that online BART course?
Yes, I think my son has one.
Okay. So you can coordinate with him and get that set up so that you can take that?
Yes.
Okay. And Your Honor, what we would just be asking is that the court goes along with our request and the Officer Harris's recommendation that he be reinstated on probation and allowed to complete the remaining conditions.
Okay. All right, I will allow him to stay on probation, continue with those conditions. Mr. Pullum, got to get it done. And the sooner you do that, the better it'll be for you, okay?
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
And that does conclude my business with the court today. May I be excused?
Yes, thank you for your patience.
I
with
try.
us today.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I appreciate your time, and thank you, Officer Harris.
All right, thank you.
Next, we have Miss Adrienne Robinson, position number 3. And that is Miss McLeod's client.
Okay. These 3 add-on, let's see, no. Robinson? Which calendar? Which calendar is that? I don't see.
Your Honor, I'm looking at all 3 calendars and
I know, I'm confused too. Robinson?
Any of these calendars.
It's
I know,
on the
I thought.
calendar. It's on the competency
Your
calendar.
Honor, oh, okay.
Yeah, you got to tell me which one. I've got about 4 calendars here. And I had not, I usually wait for Mr. Howard. I don't do the competency calendar without him. Or someone from the PD's office.
I think this may be Ms. McLeod's. Sorry, Ms. McLeod.
Yes, this is my case, Your Honor. And Mr. Howard is actually, I saw him maybe 25 minutes ago. He was in Judge Dixon's courtroom.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if he will be coming, but my client has been locked up for some time, Your Honor, on a minor charge. It's a simple battery charge. And I believe that under any set of circumstances, she would be given a time served plea at this stage. I would really like her to get out, Your Honor. She's been asking me for some time to get out. She would have been released on bond, but she did not have a signature bond because do we need to go to breakout room? I don't really think so. The state had asked her to get an evaluation, which never happened. And this has been since the 5th of October. And I just feel like she's just sitting in jail when she should be out by now. That's all I have.
Again, I usually get much more information as far as any placement or assistance from your office to know before I would, consider letting her out.
But she has somewhere that she can go, Your Honor.
I need to know where that somewhere is. Usually like I say, usually Ms. McLeod, I get some very specific information to know that she has been interviewed or spoken to make sure that, she's going to be returning, that she's got services or, assistance under these circumstances.
I understand, Your Honor. I can tell you where she is going to, where she told me when the last time we spoke, where she would be going. And I would also like to have the opportunity to speak with her again and also to find out if the state has any kind of offer for her, because I just don't think it's right for her to just sitting languishing in jail since September 13.
Your Honor, the state would be more than happy to make a recommendation. I was not aware that a recommendation was needed until just now. My last email, and I'm going through my emails, was that a order had been done for a competency evaluation, and that was in progress. I have not had an update since that email, which was dated, let's see, I think it was November 10th. So it was fairly recently that November 10th. So that was 6 days ago. That was my last understanding of where the position of the case was. I can very quickly go and look at the facts of the case and come together with a recommendation that I can present to Ms. McLeod.
That would be awesome.
I understand that. My question and concern here is there is an outstanding competency evaluation order that would make this difficult for us to say that she is competent to enter a plea when concurrently a competency evaluation is being done to see if she is competent.
The issue is this competency evaluation order was signed well over a month ago and nothing has happened. And I think it's unfair to my client. So at the very least, I would ask her to get a signature bond so she can get out of jail.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's not that simple. Sometimes when we have a competency eval that needs to be done, I'll jump in and say that, Ms. McLeod.
I understand, Your Honor, but the charge, in the circumstances, I think it just seems like my client is just sitting there languishing in jail. And that is the issue that I have with this.
And Your Honor, I want to be really clear about that. This is not the state's, we did not create this issue, right? A competency evaluation was filed. They are holding for a competency evaluation. The solicitor's office does not perform competency evaluations. I'm not sure what the disconnect was. Again, as I said, I am more than happy now that I'm aware of this to make a recommendation, given the caution that we have an outstanding competency evaluation on the table as I am making an offer, which would require her to be competent to take a plea.
Right. And I see Miss Burgess there. Do you have anything to add on this defendant, Ms. Robinson?
No, Your Honor, being that she's Mr. McLeod's case, we don't deal with her clients, but it is a process that she can be evaluated outside of the jail. If she was to get released on a signature bond, she can have that evaluation done, long as her attorney can meet with the doctors at the jail and set that up where she can be evaluated outside of the jail, not just inside. Let me see, I can see if
I
I
would
can,
definitely appreciate that because this order for evaluation was signed on the 5th of October. We are now on the 16th of November, and my client is still just sitting there, and I just do not believe it is fair to her.
and I can call if the judge, if you would like, I can see where she is on the list to be evaluated. But
Right.
it is
That
a
would be
process
helpful.
that we have that they can be evaluated outside of the jail.
I would definitely be requesting a signature one for her, Your Honor, so she can get out of jail.
Once Ms. Burgess can tell me where she is on the list, and then I would also like to hear her criminal history.
Your Honor, my apologies. I'm not sure if I heard it. Was there an announcement on position 1
On the what calendar?
on the main calendar, Your Honor?
No,
Thank you.
didn't hear nothing on that.
We have position 1 here on 4 South, if we can ever get to them.
Gotcha. So Ms. Burgess is gonna find out. Let's hear from her, and then we'll hear from Deputy Falk, but we'll hold. Can we go to position 1? Whose case is that? Malachi Beard.
The announcement I received is that it's a conflict case.
Oh, is that your case, Ms. McCall?
That is correct. Mr. Beard is my client.
Okay.
Can we do position 8 and 9 while we wait? Mr. Hicks on 4 South?
Let's see. Is that PD Adams? All right, I see her there in the chair.
Yes, Your Honor, it is.
23 CR 003930D, Mikhail Hicks.
No, I've just been working.
Okay.
He is looking out the window. Which is the symbol.
Your Honor, are we waiting on position 8, 9?
Yes.
Yes.
My apologies. The recommendation from the state is 12 months probation, 36 days to serve, credit for the 18 days that he's already served in custody, for the balance to be probated, and for there to be a $300 fine. And as a result of this guilty plea on position 8, we have agreed to no pros positions number 9.
On the screen, guys. Yes.
All right, is that your understanding?
It is,
PD Adams?
it is, Your Honor.
All right, and you so stipulate to the venue, identity, and factual basis?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
You know, this person only has 6 days of jail credit.
Excuse me, Judge. Mr. Pierre Thomas, what was that, 36 or 38 days?
It was 36 days according to our records.
36 and credit for time served 18?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. You're very welcome.
Well, it was.
All right, Mr. Hicks, you're ready to take a plea, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, raise your right hand for me. Do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, put your hand down for me. I'm gonna ask you a series of questions to make sure you understand your plea today. And the first question is, are you under the influence of any unprescribed medication, drugs, or alcohol that would impair your understanding at this time?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up and waiving the right to the presumption of innocence?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you understand that you are also giving up the right to remain silent and not testify against yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
And that you're giving up the right to a trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you prepared and agree to waive these rights today?
Yes, ma'am.
Has anyone told you that you receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty?
No, ma'am.
And has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
And do you understand that if you're currently on probation, your probation could be affected or revoked by a guilty plea today?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with the full understanding of the charges against you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's actually one charge of obstruction. And so I will accept your guilty plea to that charge of obstruction. And you understand again that you have certain conditions, a $300 fine, it looks like.
Yes,
And you
ma'am.
have to get that paid while you're on probation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. I will accept your guilty plea and that'll conclude this matter.
Position 5. Come on, sir.
OG Thick.
Oh, he listens to them. That's 6, that's all. I always put 3 numbers down. 12, that's 6.
Hey, Judge, can we do South Annex next? They both got a chance to speak to Ms. Adams.
All right, we've been trying to do position 5 as well. Let's do position 5, Jabru.
Yeah, the recommendation from the state on position 5 is that he's be sentenced to 80 days to serve in custody, credit for the 80 days that he's already served, and make it a time served plea and close. It looks like he is to get credit for a date starting on August 29th, 2023.
All right, that's your understanding, PD Adams. All right, do you still stipulate? All right, and Mr. Jabru, where are you? All right, Mr. Jabru, that's you at 4 South. Mr. Jabru, can you take your hand out of your hair? Because it makes me think that you're raising your hand. Can you hear me, Mr. Jabru? I don't think he can hear me. Mr. Jabru.
I can hear you. He just not answering the.
He's just not what?
He's just not answering the questions. He can hear you.
Well, I'm not going to take a plea if he can't answer my questions or speak to me. Because that raises some other concerns I may have in not accepting your plea of a credit for time served plea. Mr. Jabril, can you understand what I'm saying to you?
Yes, I can.
Okay, and so do you wish to take a plea today?
Yes, I do.
I'm sorry?
Yes, I do.
All right, and if you do, raise your right hand for me.
The piece of paper I was sent.
Do you affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Okay, and so how do you plead to the charge of criminal trespass?
Guilty.
All right, I will accept your time served plea, and you understand that you're giving up your rights to trial by judge or jury, correct?
Yes.
And that you are, again, by pleading guilty, you're giving up the presumption of innocence.
Well, at least I remember that.
Are you satisfied with the services of your attorney? Has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty?
Yes.
Well, they've told you what the conditions will be, correct?
What you said?
I said they've told you what the conditions would be. It's just a time served plea, correct?
Yeah, I wish to take a guilty plea, time served.
Okay. All right, I will accept your guilty plea, and this will resolve this matter, okay?
Thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
Can we do a breakout session with 4 South and Ms. McLeod? We have Mr. Beard, position number 1.
Your Honor, I'm ready to give you an update whenever you're ready.
All right, let me hear this update on this competency case first.
So I talked to Ms. Roberts and unfortunately they were not able to do her evaluation on the 26th, but they have her scheduled to be evaluated on Tuesday, the 21st. And so that's when they are planning on doing her evaluation on this coming Tuesday, the 21st.
All right. I would prefer to have that eval done before I consider a bond, Ms. McLeod. That's right around the corner, so she is scheduled Tuesday.
She's scheduled for the 21st. The report won't be done for she said, like a couple weeks after they evaluated. So it's the eval going to be done, and then they have to write the report. Where you guys now, are you willing to take a verbal or of what the doctor comes from the report before the report is back, or you want the report back? Because that will take a couple weeks.
Deputy Falk.
Yes, Your Honor. After reviewing the case and the information in the case, the state is agreeable to and we would agree to a signature bond on this case with the conditions that the defendant stay away from. And I will put this in the chat because it's Amdaheen Mulugeta.
It's an Ethiopian name.
Yes, and my apologies if I mispronounced. And I will ask that he stay away from, it looks like there is a parking lot on 185 Central Avenue that we are requesting that he stay away from as well. I agree. That she stay away from as well. I agree. We would request the MHET just to be done as an outpatient.
Okay.
We are agreeable to that, Your Honor.
So I'll give you Miss Roberts' information. So we need a good contact information so they can do the eval for when she comes up. That's a little further down since she'll be out. But they will need the contact information to set that up.
And ACDC, would you please give Miss Robinson my telephone number so she can have it, so she can call me when she gets out?
Yes, Attorney McLeod.
Thank you.
All right.
What would excuse me, Judge, what would the bond amount be?
I haven't said it yet. Can I have a brief history or background on Ms. Robinson?
Yes, Your Honor, I can provide that. If Your Honor will just give me a moment, I was on I had the
pre-trial just came up as well.
Oh, okay. I know GCIC was down, so I wasn't sure if they were prepared to give the recommendation or the history.
I had hers because she's been on the calendar.
Okay.
She has 2 arrest cycles beginning in 2019. One FTA from DeKalb County, that was her last arrest, August 28th of 2023. And let's see. Yeah, in the arrest that's on the calendar. So those are her only 2. No felony convictions.
All right. You don't have anything else, do you, Deputy Falk?
No, that was the basis for the state's recommendation.
All right. I will grant a $2,500 signature bond through the jail. And with that signature bond through the jail, remember, Ms. Robinson, you are excuse me, you are to stay away from that parking lot at 185 Central. Don't go there. You're going to keep in contact with your attorney, Ms. McLeod, so that you can get that evaluation done about outpatient.
Yes, Your
Honor. No drugs, alcohol, weapons, or guns while on bond. And okay, I believe that is it. Anything else, counsel?
No further contact with Mr. Mulugeta.
Yes, and no further contact with him.
Yes, Your Honor. I don't know him anyway. Didn't never know.
Very good. So just make sure if you see him, go the other way.
Yes, Your Honor.
But I think everything will be okay after that. Just make sure you keep in contact with Ms. McLeod so you can get that evaluation done so that we can know what to do, if anything, once you have
Yes,
that.
Your
complete.
Honor.
Okay,
Yes, Your Honor.
all right, thank you.
Thank
All
you,
right.
Your Honor. Thank you, lawyer.
You're welcome.
All right.
Can you do a breakout with Forsyth and Ms. McLeod?
Kia Burgess, would you please call ACDC?
Your Honor, when the court has a moment, I do have an update also on position number 10.
Okay.
Mr. McMullen is a not guilty plea, no bond request, and he's waiving his appearance. I have a waiver and I will submit it to the court.
All right. And you said he already has a bond? Did you say that, PD Adams?
No, I didn't say that, but I said waiving his appearance, and I've already drafted the appearance and the arraignment waiver. He does have a bond, but I believe he's out on that, but he also has some other things going on, so he wouldn't be getting out anyway, so.
All right. State.
Your Honor, as far as that case is concerned, the state has no objection to a waiver of arraignment, and looking at Mr. McMullen, I do believe that is correct. He has other cases that he is in custody on that are unrelated to our case. So just taking a look at his jail screen, he is currently on a $10,000 surety bond on 2 counts of entering auto and possession of tools for commission of a crime. He is not in custody on our case.
All right. And so the recommendation then for him is just to continue.
That is
Go ahead.
My apologies, Your Honor. That is correct, and the state will be withdrawing our plea recommendation, which was 12 months served, 90 days, credit first time served, 41 days, balance probated, 12-week anger management, 40 hours community service, and no further contact with Kimberly Curtis.
All right. Anything else, counsel?
Nothing from defense on that case.
Nothing
All
from the
right.
state, Your Honor.
All right, that concludes that matter for today.
Mr. Beard is going to be taking a plea.
Okay. And that's Mr. Beard at Forsyth.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we're ready for the plea on that one. This is 23 CR 006868H, Malachi Beard, charged with one count of battery family violence. State.
Your Honor, the recommendation from the state of the offer is that the defendant be served 12 months on probation to serve 30 days in custody, credit for the 14 days that he's already served. Looks like that began on November 3rd, 2023. For the balance to be probated, for the defendant to complete a family violence intervention program, 40 hours of community service, to have no contact with Sydney, SYDNIE, Graham, GRAHAM, and to have a stay away from the location of 579 Pelham Street, Northwest Atlanta, Georgia. I do believe that the victim may be on the call today. If we can sound for Ms. Graham, that'd be greatly appreciated in accordance with Marcy's law, Your Honor. And if we could have the defense stipulate to venue, factual bases, and ID.
We do so stipulate, Your Honor, but we'd also like to add that the parties share 2 children. And we were hoping that well, she's on, so she can speak to whether or not she would want contact. Because
contact. Hold on a second. And so this is Sydney Graham. It says Queen's iPhone.
Yes, ma'am. I don't know why it says that. I just clicked the link and it just pulled information from my phone.
All right. So, Ms. Graham, do you wish to address the court today?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Raise your right hand for me. Do you affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right. And so it is your statement. You want to have contact with Mr. Beard?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And are you in fear of Mr. Beard?
No.
Okay. And you have 2 children together?
Yes, ma'am.
What are their ages?
2 and 3.
2 and 3. Do you all reside together?
Not currently, no, ma'am.
All right. Ms. McLeod?
yes, Your Honor, my client also would like to have contact, given the fact that they share these 2 small children, Your Honor. Also, I would ask the court to consider having his probation suspended once he has completed the community service and the FVIP that the state has requested.
All right. State?
The state will steadfast to the balance probate aspect of it.
To the balance probated?
Yes, we believe that there needs to be some reporting.
Does Mr. Beard have any history?
One moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, he doesn't have any violent history.
I would request that the probation be suspended once he finishes this, Your Honor. As the state says he doesn't have any violent history, he does have 2 minor children to provide for.
Okay.
He's been locked up for 14 days, a job that he had before he probably has lost by now.
Your Honor, if Your Honor would like, Your Honor is well within her right to suspend the probation fines and fees and still have the reporting.
Right. What I would like to do, that FVIP is what, 24 weeks. So that's quite a long time. 40 hours of community service. And to stay away, this Pelham Street, that is the address for Miss Graham?
No, ma'am. That's where we were staying.
Oh, okay.
Of family member.
Okay, so you don't reside there.
No, ma'am.
All right. Just trying to make sure that you and the children are going to be safe going forward. And
yes, ma'am.
That we don't have any future incidences, and we want for Mr. Beard to get the assistance of the Family Violence Intervention Program. And as I stated, that's 24 weeks. So while he's completing that, usually we don't have any contact with the victims during that period. And he's also got to do 40 hours of community service.
I'm sorry, and how, you said 24 weeks?
Mm-hmm. Right, and if he stops or misses, he has to start all the way back over. So he's got to go straight through 24 weeks or else he'll be back involved with it. So you can't miss any classes.
Is it it's every week? Once a week?
No, the state can tell you that. I believe it is.
Okay.
It is
Is
every
that
week.
correct, state? I don't want to say anything that's too incorrect.
It's every week, Your Honor.
It is weekly.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So in addition to him working, he's got to go to these classes as well. And what I will do, I will once he has, excuse me, what are you gonna say?
Earlier someone had a similar situation as me, and they said that they could have like basically he could visit me and the children, but somebody had to like accompany us, so like we wouldn't have to be without him for a whole, that's a pretty long period of time. And I have a broken wrist, so it's like it's been really hard without him, and I was expecting him to have time served today.
You have a broken what?
I have a
He has a broken wrist, Your Honor, so it's hard for her with the children.
Oh. So you don't have any other relatives, friends, or siblings that could assist you?
We live with my grandmother. She's 86 years old. So yeah, I'm alone.
Well, I tell you what I'll do if you want no further violent contact as opposed to no contact, is what I'm hearing you say. But if there's any more violence, he will be rearrested. And so I will, based on your testimony, I will order no further violent contact with you during this probation period. I will suspend 6 months of his probation fees.
Okay.
That will allow him to get back on his feet a little bit. But I will, once he completes the terms, I will allow him to go non-reporting once he completes the FVIP and the 40 hours of community service.
Okay, what's FVIP?
It's a family violence intervention program.
Okay.
That's the 24-week class I was telling you about.
Okay.
So that's 24 weeks. And that's what I'll order. I'm not going to put any restrictions on the visitation as long as there's no violence, okay?
Thank you.
All right, good luck to you all.
And Your Honor, that concludes my business before the court today. May I be excused?
Yes, you may. Thank you.
And we have South Annex.
Okay.
We got James Mitchell.
Mitchell.
Position number 11, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. This is 23 CR 00700C. Charge of 1 count of simple battery, state.
Your Honor, the recommendation from the state and the offer is that the defendant serve 170 days in custody. Credit for the 87 days that he's already served. Looks like that began on August 21st, 2023. And that this will essentially be a time served offer. If I give it, I understand that it's a time served offer. Our records indicate that the victim in this case looks like Jarvis Smith is in custody, but in accordance with Marcy's law, if we could still sound for him, that'd be greatly appreciated.
Okay. All right, is the victim in this Mitchell matter on the Zoom call? And say that name again. I'm sorry, Mr. Pierre Thomas.
One moment, Your Honor, my apologies. I moved off the screen.
Okay.
It is Jarvis Smith, both traditional spellings.
Okay, Jarvis Smith. Mr. Jarvis Smith. All right. Mr. Mitchell.
Yes.
Where are you? Oh, okay. I can kind of see you there. There's a big emblem in the background there. All right, Mr. Mitchell, it is your understanding, again, and you're represented by PD Adams.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and we're taking a plea to the simple battery, a time served plea, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and you so stipulate?
So stipulate.
All right, and Mr. Mitchell, again, you're waiving your right to trial by judge or jury by pleading guilty. You understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
And that is your desire today to do that?
Yes,
Are you satisfied with the services of your attorney?
yes.
And I think I did this and forgot to swear you in. Let me just swear you in real quick. Raise your right hand for me. Do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury?
Yes.
All right. And at the moment, you are not under the influence of any unprescribed medication, drugs, or alcohol. Is that correct?
No, ma'am.
And has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone told you receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty?
No, ma'am.
And so you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with the full understanding of the simple battery charge against you. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'll accept your time served plea, and that will conclude this matter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
I also have Sterling, Your Honor. Sterling Ridley.
Mr. Mitchell, I just wanted to let you know I sent that email out, so somebody should be able to see you soon.
Ridley is on the
Probation calendar, Your Honor.
oh, okay, probation. All right, I have 22 CR 007349Y, Starlin Ridley, and 23 CR 0031117Y, simple battery, family violence, and battery family violence. And then the two FTA, probation violation cases that accompany those two. All right, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Probation.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Ridley was sentenced on May the 30th of this year to 12 months to complete the 24-week domestic violence classes. He's never reported to our office, but now we were made aware that he just got another charge on July the 30th. July the 3rd of this year of another battery family violence class. Charge, I'm sorry. And that's why a warrant was issued while he was in custody. He has roughly 196 days on one of his cases and 181 on the other. Probation recommendation is to revoke both of his cases with our office due to the new charge he got in July.
All right, PD Adams.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Ridley has admitted that he did not go to probation, he did not call, but he also never received any information. He wasn't aware that he was supposed to report within a week of his sentence. He had not received any contact from probation, not by phone, email, or mail. And so because he was never informed about what he needed, where he needed to go to get the information so that he can begin probation, we're here, Your Honor. And with regards to the new charge, he still has a presumption of innocence in that charge, Your Honor. So we're requesting that his probation be reinstated. There's still enough time on both of those probations for him to complete family violence class.
Well, I'm a little worried or troubled that he didn't report at all, didn't do anything. Usually when I don't revoke, they've done a little bit or something, as opposed to nothing. I'm sure he was aware that he was put on probation and would have to report. So someone told him that, correct?
He was aware that he was on probation, Your Honor, but he was not aware of when or who he was supposed to report to. And if the court is inclined to revoke, would also like to request that rather than revoking the entire thing, that only a portion be revoked, because he is interested in going ahead and getting involved in those classes and in the FDIP class.
Only how much be revoked?
Just a portion that would be left to the discretion of the court.
How much more time does he have, probation?
Yes, Your Honor, the case that he has to do the domestic violence class, he has 181 days left on his case.
And then what about the second one?
The only condition, he didn't have any conditions on the second case ending in 17Y. It was just a congruent case to the
Oh.
49Y case.
Oh, okay.
Your
All
Honor,
right.
there's 196 days on that other case.
And he was booked in October 26th. No.
July the 3rd, Your Honor, based on the jail records that I saw.
July 3rd.
Yes, Your Honor.
And he's been in how many days? 'Cause I was looking at the calendar, so it may not be correct. Maybe.
One moment, Your Honor. Check.
I see a May 16, June 15, and you have July 3rd probation?
Yes.
I was just seeing how many days.
At least on it.
And then you know what next I'm gonna ask about his history. Pre-trial.
He been in jail 136 days, Your Honor.
136, okay.
Mhm.
Apologize. What was your question? You trying to find out how many days he was in custody?
Yes, Your Honor.
No, his history.
Yeah, that's how long he's been in jail, for the probation violation and for the new charge, but he also served, it looks like 31 days on one case ending, on position number 6. And 16 days on position number 7. So he is 7. Looks like about 175 days, give or take, if my math is correct. I could be wrong.
Okay. And I was just curious overall about his history. And I don't know if pretrial has it, because do they pull those from probation? Or not?
Let me check and see if we have your one moment.
Do they usually do that, Ms. Harris?
No, but if they
No.
can.
They can, but they don't, right? Right. That's what I was. If she can, but if not, I don't want to belabor it since the hour is late.
Yeah, just give me 1 second. Let me see if I can pull it real quick.
Don't worry about it. Don't pull it. I don't want you to have to do it. Don't worry about it. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and rule and make my decision. No worries. All right. What I'll do is I will revoke him for an additional 60 days. And then after that, he will go back on probation and he's got to get these classes done. So I'll revoke him for 60 days.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Okay.
What do we have next?
Yeah, it's fine, or screen, number 24.
Your Honor, Mr. McLean still needs to speak with his client, Mr. Grimes, so he's in position number 26. I'm not sure where he's located.
Okay. Getting down to the end and still have it, Mr. Spigner. I thought he was reset to the 28th.
No, Your Honor, not Mr. Spigner, Mr. Scrine or Screen. I'm not really sure about the correct pronunciation.
Oh, that's 24.
Oh, I apologize. I misspoke with regard to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then they haven't even started.
So he still hasn't had a breakout yet?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, yeah. Bye-bye.
Hurry, hurry, hurry.
You can put him in a breakout space with my laptop.
You have to tell that to Miss Strong. She's my Zoom host.
They can do a breakout right here, right now.
You hear that, Miss Strong? Not for sure what they're trying to do. I hear Mr. McLean talking in the background.
That's the breakout for Miss Adams in courtroom 2.
Courtroom 2 for McLean, and where is Mr.
Oh, you got it. I see.
Scrine, I believe it is. Mr. Scrine, is he in ACDC?
7 South.
7 South?
That's what we were given in paperwork.
I don't see them on the screen. Are they on?
I've never seen them on the screen today. It's just time served out suspended thing at this point, and it would be good to get him onto pad, which is what he's waiting on getting to.
Oh, Mr. Scrine is going to Pat.
He is on another case, the felony case, Your Honor. And
Oh.
If we end up disposing of this case today, then he can go on and do his pad thing.
Well, unless you're gonna waive and do a plea not stingy, I don't know. What's the state say?
I believe that
He's in lockdown. So.
My apologies, Your Honor. Could you repeat what you just said? I was doing some.
Well, I was trying to see how we could, position 24, Mr.
Right,
Scrine.
Mr. Scrine.
He's going to pad on his other case, so we want to get him there, but we're trying to get him at the jail. And I said, well, I don't know, sometimes there's plea and abstentions or things of that nature, but trying to make sure we can plead him out
Is
today.
he not at the jail, Your Honor, or is he just somewhere else in the jail?
he's
Somewhere else in the jail.
somewhere else in the jail right now.
Okay, well, we still have to address the competency calendar. Is there not a way they can get him from where he is to a camera by the time we're finished with the competency calendar?
Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna find out, he's in some lockdown. I'm gonna find out where he is in this building and go see him while y'all start competency, and then I'll
Okay.
pop back in.
Okay, that'll be good. All right. Who else do we have on,
We have one composite person, Miss Bertha Williams. So whenever you're ready, not yet, Miss Bertha, not yet, Miss Bertha, have a seat.
Okay.
As soon Mr. Howard is ready, she's here.
right, so do we have anything left for probation? Any
No,
cases rather?
not at ACDC. This, Miss Bertha Williams, this is my last.
Okay. Ms. Harris?
Yes, Your Honor.
We still have a couple more cases, right?
I have one, I think Mr. Frederick Vonner. He's positions. Wait.
10, 9 and 10.
Your
'Cause
Honor,
I hadn't heard that name, but I just do what they want us to do. I'll do ACDC because I know that,
Right, Mr. Vonner just entered a plea on that position 30, the sexual battery case and the failure to appear. So he is also.
oh, that's
on
right.
the
We were trying to
probation
get him
calendar.
back.
So
Right,
I
we
don't,
didn't
yeah, they
realize.
will need to bring him back.
You all hear that, deputies? PD Adams, can you let them know to bring Mr. Varner back?
yes, Your Honor.
All right, ACDC? Oh, well, Mr. Howard. I see Miss Burgess. Do we have Mr. Howard somewhere close by?
He's getting out of court. He's in Judge Dixon, so I just texted him. He told me to let him know when we were ready, so he should be
Okay.
getting on.
Okay.
Your Honor, I did reach out to him as well, just to let him know he was in court, and so he let me know that just to notify him when we were ready to go forward.
Yeah, he'll probably step out or something.
Mr. Howard is here.
Yes, good
There he goes. Good afternoon, Mr. Howard.
Good afternoon, Judge. I'm juggling a few irons this morning.
Oh, I know, but aren't we all?
Yeah.
And I'm doing see it too, so we'll see.
Oh, wow. So yeah, we need to get moving, I guess, on competency.
All right.
All
What
right.
you got for me today?
Your Honor, or if
Go
you
ahead.
could go to the breakout for these.
Oh, yeah. That's right.
Oh, we forgot. Look, we're so anxious to get
I know.
started. I totally
I
forgot.
was like, no, please don't start. Okay.
I know, right? I apologize. I totally forgot.
Also, I believe the father is on for position number 6, on the competency calendar.
Ms. Burgess, come on up and have a seat.
Mr. Thomas.
Yes,
Are you going to this workout or are you waiting till they come out?
you can send me to the breakout. I'm grabbing my lunch. It's really the breakout.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, okay.
Ms. Adams,
Adam,
the litigation manager asked, what are you all doing with 7, 14, and 24?
this is Adam.
Did you hear me?
Sorry, I was answering you and didn't realize we were on mute.
Oh, okay.
And 7, I tried to send her a message, which is in the Zoom. But position 7, he is in Fayette. They did not bring him over.
So 7 is a reset.
Yeah.
For how long?
I'm sorry,
For how long? Tuesday or the week when they come back?
probably when we come back. 14 is a reset for the same day, because he's in Grady. He is already a reset, and he's been in Grady.
And
14, what was it? What was the third one?
24?
24.
Time served now
That's,
suspended.
that's the gentleman that's sitting here before you right now.
Oh, okay.
No, you good.
He's taking a plea?
Yes.
All right.
And then, Mr. Rucker, who's on the probation calendar, he already did his plea, but they sent him back, they just brought him down.
Okay.
So they can give him, so we can go through this probation.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, no problem. They make like you can take care of your probation at the same time. So they brought you back down. Okay, look at me.
Like, make sure I'm here.
Hello, hello, hello. Mr. McLean, good afternoon. How are you?
Hi,
Hey,
we're
do you
great.
know, I need to, do you know what time they're gonna start?
Well, we have a couple of pleas that will go quickly. We understand
Okay.
the 2 o'clock court is how many minutes away?
Right,
8 minutes,
And-
2 o'clock court.
right, and I
Done.
need to go, I need to go first because I have to switch computers.
Who you got first up?
I have Miss Bertha Williams.
That's SEA.
Okay, what's her name? Miss Milton,
Milton, yeah.
Yeah,
are you talking about for the misdemeanor court?
no, I have Miss Boykin for the misdemeanor calendar.
Yeah, we can't start that. We're still doing,
I know. You think they're almost finished?
I hope so.
We haven't heard. We hope so.
Yeah. Alrighty. Is Judge Mincy is doing the misdemeanor calendar also?
Yes.
Okay. You don't want
Remember, we're gonna be real quiet today. We'll talk.
Just be patient.
Quit. They might, they were finally switch out the bag. That's all.
It was just put on there for that one.
Yeah. He was trying.
It's 154. We're not 54.
And did I see interviews and everything? I know there's like 3 of them. Oh, yeah, because that one lady was a bit time. So can you do that?
I'm so sorry, Your Honor. I thought we were all going back into the main room.
I wasn't sure either, but that's okay. Do we have Scrine back or here? That Mr. Scrine is next to Mr. McLean, PD McLean.
Good morning, Your Honor. Yes, I mean, good afternoon. We have it's Screen. It's Giovanna Screen.
Okay. All right. Is he ready for his plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. 23 CR 0070048. Criminal trespass and simple battery state.
Yes, Your Honor. The state's recommendation is 12 months probation, serve 12 days in jail, credit for time served 6 days. That's going to be from February 6th, 2023 to February 11th, 2023. Balance suspended. Stay away from 5022 Old National Highway, College Park, Georgia 30349. We also have a no further contact provision that was not on this sheet, but we would like to make that request. And that is going to be no further contact with, let me just take a moment.
Yeah, I don't have a name on the.
Right. I just am pulling it up from the information we have. No further contact with Mike Palmer, Palmer. And we would like to sound for Mr. Palmer if he's here.
Mr. Palmer, Mike Palmer. Don't think so. Think everyone else on here. I don't know who's Cindy's iPhone. I see somebody there. Otherwise, I think everybody else are.
Your Honor,
Yeah.
I'm here for one of the cases on the competency calendar.
I'm sorry.
I believe she's here for one of the cases on the competency calendar. She had sent a note in the chat about Mr. Shelton.
Yeah.
I'm
Is
sorry.
it Maury Shelton? That's the case she's here for?
I believe so, Your Honor.
I see it in the chat. Cindy's iPhone. Are you still there? Cindy's iPhone. And they don't answer like that and they're just sitting.
Yes,
Oh.
ma'am.
All right. Because I was getting ready to put you out of the chat. We have another calendar getting ready to start. Maury Shelton, that case is reset to November 28th.
November 20. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Oh, and we'd also ask that the PD's office stipulate to venue factual basis of identification on screen.
We certainly do.
All right. Mr. Screen, raise your right hand for me. Do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, keep it down. Just this high is fine. All right.
All right.
Lower your hand.
And so is my understanding that you wish to plead guilty to the criminal trespass and simple battery. Is that correct?
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay. And so I'm just going to ask you a few questions and make sure you understand what your plea is. Are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you under the influence of any unprescribed medication, drugs, or alcohol at this time?
No.
Okay. And do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up your right to trial by judge or jury?
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay. And you're prepared and ready to agree to waive these rights today. Is that correct?
Yeah, ma'am.
And also you understand that by pleading guilty today, you are giving up your right to remain silent and not testify against yourself, correct?
Yeah, ma'am.
And has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
All right. And do you offer this guilty plea free and voluntarily with the full understanding of the charges against you?
Free and voluntary.
Okay. All right. That is good. And so you understand the conditions of the plea, right?
Yes.
You're going to stay away from that old National Highway address and Mr. Mike Palmer, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. As long as you can do that, that is good. And so you will be on probation during this time. So you got to report. Okay.
It's fine. Thank you so much.
please.
All right, have a good one.
You told, thank you.
We're about done. Miss Holly.
Okay, so, I'm all right. Oh, bye, thank you, Colin.
Judge, you're muted.
I didn't realize I did that. Who else do we have?
Did we have the positions 9 and 10 on the probation calendar?
That's Mr. Bonner.
Yeah.
That is who we have before you.
It says return back. Oh, that was the one they were supposed to bring Mr. Varner back. Who's in the chair now?
This is Mr. Bonner.
That's Mr. Varner. Good. Probation. Telling pretrial 5 minutes. All right, Mr. Varner, probation 22 CR 002457G.
I'm sorry, yes, Shawnee.
Miss Harris, go ahead.
Yes, Shawnee. Mr. Frederick was sentenced to probation on November the 18th of 2022 to 12 months to complete 8 weeks of anger management. He started reporting as of February of this year. He also missed a prior hearing with Judge Atline on June the 16th of this year. And that's why a warrant was issued for his arrest. He has 148 days remaining on his case. Probation recommendation is to continue him on probation and to enroll into those classes within the first 2 weeks upon his release.
All right, PD Adams.
There's one more, Your Honor.
Okay. I need you to hurry, please.
I'm going as fast as I can, Judge.
All right. As we're holding everybody up at the jail as well to start the C calendar.
I know, I understand. One moment. Sorry about Thank you. All right, my apologies, Your Honor. So, with regards to Mr. Bonner, he didn't know about his court date because he was out of town. He works out of town, so he's constantly out of town for his assignment. So he was not aware of the actual court date. And so he found out about it a few days later, but he admits that he did not take care of it when he should have. Also, too, with regards to the anger management, he was not able to do it because of the fact that he had been working. And also, Your Honor, he did actually show up to see his probation officer at all of his visits. So with regards to that, Your Honor, he is perfectly okay with the court allowing him to be reinstated.
Okay, Mr. Varner, I hope you know work is important, but it doesn't come before reporting because now you're back here in Fulton County Jail. So I hope that you have somewhat learned your lesson. If I give you some grace here and let you continue, my inclination is not really hearing a good reason for it. You got to keep your address updated and you've got to have it coming to a place where you will receive the mail. or
Yes,
get
ma'am.
you someone else to get the mail for you, because that's not a good excuse to me. But I'm gonna let you go ahead and return and stay on probation, but I'm not inclined to. And hopefully you'll do the right thing, or else you'll be back here again.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Is that it for you, probation?
Yes, Your Honor, may I be excused?
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
All right, thank you, you too. All right, I'm gonna sign off. Are we done, Miss Grace?
Yes, Judge, we don't, do you think we need to resort the calendar? If not, we're good.
Yeah, nope, I'm gonna go on and do C so I can get
Okay,
that
and
done.
I'll send the paperwork over. I know you have C.
Yeah, but it's only 8, so I should hopefully be done quickly. Shelley, are you doing C with me?
No, Ian's waiting. I just got off the phone with him
Told
to
him.
let him know you would
Okay.
be on your way.
Okay, thank you, I
Ms.
appreciate it.
Falk, have you sent over all the paperwork?
Miss
you
Grace,
have.
I've sent over all of our paperwork. If there's anything missing, please let me know by
I
email
will.
and I'll send it over immediately.
Okay, thank you.
All
But
right,
I've
thanks,
sent like
everybody.
multiple emails, so you should have everything.
Okay.
All right, thank
Judge.
you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
All right, bye-bye.
We'll get our paperwork over to you shortly.